Chris, just to take a quick audio check. Can you hear me okay? Uh-oh. Check one.
Luke, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Check one, check two. Can you hear me? Hello? See my dog sneaking in. Sorry, Chris.
Council will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is Wednesday, November 6th at 4:30 p.m. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh, I know you
Here?
can hear us.
Here?
Can't hear you, but you are present. Councilwoman Little Roberts, Councilman Taylor, Councilman Overton,
Check one, check
Councilman
two.
Whitlock,
Here.
Councilwoman Strader,
Here,
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I move that we approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There are no items moved from the consent agenda, so we'll go on to department commission reports. First item up is item 32, the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council. I'll turn this over to Sahan for some introductions.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, good afternoon. Thank you once again for providing us with the opportunity to come before you and provide some updates about the goings-on of the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council. In terms of timing, our program is active during the school year. So our schedule actually aligns with the West Ada School District's academic calendar. They've got classes that start in August and end in May, so our program is usually active with scheduled meetings starting in August and ending in about May. And I provide that little bit of context to you just so you know that this is our first presentation to you for the new MIAC school year. So a lot of what you'll be hearing about is going to consist of some of the focuses, the projects, and the meetings that they've had during the first couple of months that they've been meeting, as well as a little bit of a roadmap at what they're looking to do in the next month or two ahead. And so with that, I am going to ask the two student leaders who are here today with me to come up and share some slides that they've prepared for you. And I will turn things over to them.
Thank you, Sahan.
Okay, so I'm Elizabeth Wright. I'm 11th grader and I'm from Renaissance High School.
I'm Lillian Mel, and I am from Meridian High School, and I'm an 11th grader as well. And then I'm the communications coordinator.
And I'm the community service chair. So we have the Association of Idaho Cities. That was an AIC conference in June where my executives came to that event. In that event, we met with other MIACs and learned about their input and how they deal with their council. And we also participated in workshops and service projects where we learned more about leadership skills and how we can help benefit our council as well as like the whole of the communities and what we can add.
And then we also took the experiences we had at this event and applied it to our general council meetings. We had like a vision web activity recently that help build a lot of leadership and show roles.
Yes, we also received an award for the hashtag Do the Right community fair that MIAC helped plan in Meridian Middle School. Okay, so for our MIAC kickoff party at Wahoo's, that was our first major event of the school year where we gathered with people to talk about what MIAC is and how we help benefit the community and how it also helps students be in a part of like a community where we can learn more about each other and be with similar people. So our parents came and also kids, and then we bowled and just hanged out and knew each other. And it's more of like a social hangout where they learn more about us while we get to kind of communicate with each other and have team building.
Parents also got the opportunity to ask any questions to us or Sahan about our leadership. And then a lot of the posters that we now have made are around schools. So there's a lot around Renaissance and Meridian and Mountain View and Rocky. We're sending more out to others as well.
Okay, so for our next thing is the pumpkin patch trip, which was in Low Family Farmstead. That was more of just like a social opportunity, but also a recruitment event for more MIACers who would want to join. But it was mostly just for better bonding between our community because most of the time we're in the MIAC group meetings, but we never really get to talk more about each other. So that was more of a thing where we can build more friendships and become closer. And there was also like 13 youth that was gathered at that meeting.
Being able to go to the farmstead brought a lot of just valuable leadership. It really showed, like when we went through the corn maze, we split up into some basic groups and it helped just provide like roles and standpoints.
So the next community service event that we did was the Walk to End Alzheimer's. That is a community service project that we participate in every year and that we just helped cheer on and support walkers. And this is a very valuable thing because we are help supporting a community that needs us, and it's just to show our kindness and the care for who the people are around us.
Yeah, so we were able to help set up and take down the event along with kind of walk it and make sure everyone feels supported.
So for our general council meetings, we usually just have icebreakers at the start, and that's more for social buildings. And then we bring guest speakers who teach us a lot of important concepts, whether it has to be leadership or about voting rights. And then we break up into small groups and plan projects. So community service work groups would have their own separate group, and then so would government affairs projects. Or when we'd have certain events like Friendsgiving, then they would have their own split group where they can learn and plan about what will happen that day.
And then actually looking forward to our Friendsgiving, we're doing another event,
Faces of Hope.
the Faces of Hope. And then we're having Faces of Hope come and we're going to make a whole bunch of bracelets for them and just have them speak for us, even at this extracurricular activity that isn't necessarily required to come to.
Yeah, so some of the activities that we do in general council meeting that we've done so far is Vision Web, and that talks a lot more about leadership, and that also happened in AIC, so we brought that here for our general council. We also did voting information received by Kobe Bond, which is a senior in Renaissance High School, and he's a part of Babe Vote, which is talking about how young people can help with voting rights, whether they still not be allowed to vote. And then we did voting simulations, which helped us learn more about open primaries and closed primaries. And then we held like elections with 2 vacancies, which is we needed to do a by-election for who would be community service vice chair and who would be government affairs vice chair.
And then moving forward, we actually have a lot of really exciting things planned for our general council. We have really large activities that we're hoping to get them involved in, having to do a lot more with government affairs.
And then lastly, we have our Treasure Valley Youth Summit, and that's like a major event that we hold every year. It is very fun. We learn a lot about leadership, also the good influences of not doing drugs and how to be a good citizen to society. We brought over 90 students from high school in Meridian for like this all-day conference with different safety topics where we did go-karts, and that's like distracted driving. So what does it feel like driving when you're texting with someone? Or mini golf, which has the integration goggles, and that's like how do you do when golfing when you're drunk? Or smoke screen documentary, which talks about how like drugs and marijuana, how it affects you and your body. And public service announcement is just talking about safe driving, put your seatbelt on, and we kind of enacted out different skits of what would happen if you didn't do that.
We also had a great opportunity to learn from our SROs around us, and a lot of SROs that many of the children knew from the schools that they had come from. We really opened it up to the sources of strength at schools and hoped that they would come and represent their schools.
And yep. And then we have our trunk or treat, and that happened recently on October 24th. And that was just us wearing minion costumes and then giving out to little kids candies, but also giving out voting flyers to the adults who could participate for open voting. And our upcoming plans are Wake Up Meridian. I organized that event. That's going to be on November 9th at 11 a.m. And then we have Friendsgiving on November 14th, where Lillian talked about how we're going to be making friendship bracelets, but also learning more about the mission of Faces of Hope. And then we have our NLC conference funding, which is we're going to be funding for an executive trip to go to Washington, D.C. for NLC.
And then as well as those other government affairs opportunities that we're bringing around that we don't have quite set pictures for yet. They're going to be new things. And then as well as a couple communication opportunities, like just bettering leadershiping skills and just communicating with your peers.
Yep, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Council, any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Will Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, ladies, great job. It never ceases to amaze me the wonderful things that MIAC does. And so just so appreciate your involvement, your forethinking, your learning. I mean, you are the future of our country. So great job.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman, and sorry, I did not get a lot of sleep in that, Councilman
Neither.
Taylor, so.
You can say, hey, you, it's fine. I'm just curious, can you explain how Snackocracy worked? Is that a game you guys played? I just saw that on your flyer and I was waiting to hear about it, but.
Oh yeah, that was a game that Sahan actually came up with on like pre-planned with no like sources or anything. I think it was we represented two different types of voting. So we did the ranking voting and we did the voting that we currently have in Idaho. And then open
Closed
primaries.
yeah. And then it was like about like 3 different parties. So you're giving kind of like tickets and it's like, okay, you're for the sweet party or okay, you're for the salty party. And then you have one where you're just independent voting. And then it shows us how different, because it's kind of like they give you a role of what you are and then how you must vote according to it. So then when you're playing for closed primaries, you have to vote according to that and see how that changes the results for the votes and how different it is for the open primaries and how would it be depending on if you're sweet, salty, or independent.
Sahan also had the opportunity to try to get us the correct snack for the next meeting with the by-elections.
And I'll just say this, Sahan did an excellent job, in my opinion, of explaining the ranked choice voting process. So if it had become law, I was going to nominate him to educate the rest of Idaho. But you're off the hook, Sahan.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I think as a member of the Salty Party, I want to commend you both on a great report. I love hearing what MIAC has going on. And Mayor, I think to your point, just a point to really commend Sahan. He does a great job as the advisor for this program. I know it's the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, and Mayor, and I commend you for being involved. And I think we all know this program wouldn't be as successful if it wouldn't be for Sahan. And so I want to just take a moment and thank him. And then my question is, Rake Up Meridian Saturday. Do you need extra rakers, people to come help and serve with you? If so, we'd encourage you to invite the city council. Council's doing Rake Up Meridian on Friday, but I have teenagers who love to rake and be happy to volunteer them to come help you guys out on Saturday if you need the extra set of hands.
Well, I think that would be a good idea. I think always having more people is better for the community.
Great. Look forward to seeing the address. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just kind of to give council maybe one little lesson. They've done a really good job of actually expanding MIAC into other schools this year. You know, the last couple of years, we've been very Renaissance heavy. I'm not saying it's still not Renaissance heavy, but the executive committee has representation from 4 schools, if I'm not mistaken, off the top of my head. As well as we've seen a lot more young gentlemen participate in MIAC, both in the meetings as well as on the executive. So it's been nice to, kind of taking a little while to get out of I think the old COVID and into a little routine and getting out in that context. And it's been a great way to see MIAC have different conversations in that context. So kudos to the work that you guys have done in spreading the word to get others interested in MIAC.
Thank you.
All right, enjoy. And the chair would have been here, but she's upstairs volunteering for her appointment to the Arts Commission. So she's doing double duty. With that, we'll move on to item 33, which is a request for Nick Rinker for connection to the city water system outside of city limits at 330 North Linda Road. And so to Mr. SpongeBob Raddick.
Mr. Mayor, council members, yeah, these requests come around like once or twice a year, and just because our code says that we don't allow connection outside the city limits unless council approves it. So that's why we're here. And everyone's just a little different. In this case, Mr. Rinker already has an application in for annexation and zoning on this property. And they go to public or planning and zoning hearing on December 5th. But the pump has failed in the well that they currently use. And rather than spend money on replacing a pump, when they're going to have to hook up to city water anyway, better, and we agree, it's better to spend money abandoning that well and letting them hook up to water. The property is a house that was probably built in the 70s. It's been on a well, and it actually hooked up to city sewer sometime around 2015. So the home, which will become an office after the annexation and zoning in the project, is already hooked up to sewer. And so the request is to allow Mr. Rinker to hook up to water prior to his annexation. And of course, he'll enter into an agreement for the provision of that water service as well, which is the next item if you approve the first. And Mr. Rinker was trying to be here. Oh, you made it. So he's available for any questions if you have any questions.
Thank you, Kyle. Council, any questions for Kyle or for Mr. Rinker?
Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Kyle. What's the process, or who manages the process of closing down the well that you, because in the notes, it talked about how critical it is to make sure that that is done properly.
Councilman Little Roberts, Mr. Mayor, we make it a requirement in the agreement. And so before we set a meter in there, our water department will inspect and make sure that there's no connection at all to the house. And then we will ask Mr. Rinker to provide the abandonment report from the Department of Water, from the driller. The driller submits that to the Department of Water Resources. And so we'll ask for that as proof that the well has been abandoned.
Thank you.
Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
let's make a note. I'm going to recuse myself from the vote as I have a personal relationship with Mr. Rinker.
Thank you very much. Okay, then with that, council will move on to item 34, which is agreement for provision of water service outside Meridian city limits to 330 North Linda Road.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we approve item 34, the provision of water service for 330 North Linda Road.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 34. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, with one person recusing themselves from the vote. So it's 5-0. Okay. Good luck and thank you. We just did it. Yep, we are done. All right. With that, we'll move on to item 35, which is fiscal year 2025 budget amendment in the amount of $81,227 for the police department admin roof and RTU replacement project. And I'll turn this over to Mr. Freitag.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, good afternoon. Thanks for giving me a minute on this. So yeah, we're asking for a budget amendment. This is related to an FY25 project that's been approved. We finally got our final bid in, and we're a little under. So the budget request is for $81,227 to make us whole on this, so we can proceed forward with replacing the roof on the police department administration building. And I will stand for questions if anybody has any.
Council, any questions? Okay. Is there a motion? You are council member Overton. I'm gonna write people's names down because it's not working today.
We need to turn all our signs tonight facing you, okay? Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve fiscal year 2025 budget amendment in the amount of $81,227 for the police department admin roof and RTU replacement project.
Have a motion and a second to approve item 35. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh,
Aye.
Little Roberts, Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strater.
Aye.
Whitlock.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Next item up is item 36, which is to approve the AIA A133 amendment for not to exceed amount of $835,171 to Kreisenbeck LLC for the police department's re-roofing and RTU replacement project.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, so this is the contract amendment for that item that you just approved for the budget amendment. So again, I'll stand for questions if you have.
Any questions, council? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
move that we approve AIA A133 amendment for the not to exceed amount of $835,171 to Kreisenbeck LLC for the police department's re-roof and RTU replacement project.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 36. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is agreed to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have fun. Next item up is item 37, American Rescue Plan Act Project Funding Update. Mr. Miles.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Here to give you an update on the status of the ARPA program and the funding that we've been awarded by the federal government. Last we were here was almost a year ago, November 14th last year. During that time, since then, we've been able to work with Public Works, get the biosolids project through the design phase and the bid process. So thought it's a good time to come back to you, as we promised that we would talk about where we stand with the funding. I did provide you a memo last week. The information there is still accurate. We were able to get any of the few questions we had yesterday answered. As a reminder, we were awarded roughly $12.8 million. We've fully obligated to date about $1.8 million of those dollars and expended $1.6 million of those dollars approximately, with the lion's share remaining the Public Works project that is now sitting or will be sitting before you under contract. That project came in a little bit over estimates. Our initial estimates, I think, were around 4.8. The construction came in at 5.7 million. And really just here in front of you to continue to ask you that we're on the right path, funding the biosolids project, the approximate costs with the 5.7 million in construction, and then the additional services would come in about 7.4 million, along with some contingency on that. And then the strategy that we discussed last year with council was that we would use the remaining funds to then allocate through the revenue loss formula towards the police and fire stations. As we looked at the allowable costs that we can apply that money to, what makes the most sense from a reporting standpoint and from a federal guidelines reporting standpoint is to attribute that roughly, I think it's $3.4 million would be left, obligate that to the fire station through the revenue loss, because that would require us just to do one project, one reporting, and that would expend all of those funds. I just went out. So that's sort of where we stand with the ARPA program. Again, aligned with our philosophies that we've been tracking one-time expenditure capital projects that with the goal to lower long-term operational costs and meet ongoing investment needs. I think as we talked with Public Works, the questions always become, would we do this project regardless of ARPA? And the answer is yes. So it makes sense to do it with the ARPA funds, get it done. We've got the opportunity to move it forward. So I think that sort of captures the big picture. I'll leave it to you for any questions and comments and open discussion.
Thank you, Dave. Council, any questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor?
David, just a quick question. According to the requirements, the funds need to be obligated, meaning identified towards a particular project and then expended within 2 years of that. So by what, December 31, 2026, the funds need to be out the door, or they need to be, I mean, can you just clarify some of the timelines on what we're talking about with the funding?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, you're 100% correct. We need to officially obligate, which by the Treasury guidelines means formal contract approved by council. In some projects like the revenue loss, that can also mean an authorized and formal MOU because it's money going to a project that the city owns. That has to be done by December 31st of this year. That's the obligation. The project funds has to be expended by December 31st of 2026.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilman Taylor?
And if we don't obligate those funds by the end of this year, what happens?
What we've been told is the money will likely be clawed back by the federal government. However, I don't know that they fully want it either. It's been an interesting project program to sort of walk through the regulations, and I think the Treasury is still trying to figure out, they really want the money to be expended. What it would look like going back, I couldn't tell you, but I think that's what would happen, is that it would claw back.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader?
are you looking for feedback from everybody, action, some kind of, assuming a contract will come before us and everything, right? And before the end of the year. So just looking for feedback from everybody that we're still supportive, or what would help?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, thank you. Yes, we are looking for just general direction today.
Mhm.
Head nods today, good enough. We would come back with you. I just got information that we'd bring the Public Works contract back to you. November 19th would be the goal. And then shortly thereafter, 1 or 2 weeks, as long as it takes for us to get the contracts for the fire station written up, make sure that our auditors are happy with the language and that the consultants that we have on board are happy with the language. We'd bring that back to you after the 19th. So that would be the stair-step process.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader?
Got it. I remain in support of this, and for the reason that you mentioned, which is, having a lot of in-depth discussions with you and with Lorelei and the whole team. It's a great project. It's very innovative. It reduces the future operating costs for the city, and it's something that we would pursue anyway. It's also in alignment with reducing trips to the landfill, extending the life of the landfill, and keeping trucks off the road. Those are all objectives that I think align well with our council's direction. So I'm definitely in support of it, and would love to see it move forward as outlined in your memo.
And one thing, I don't know if it will come forward, but in conversations with Lorelei, we are reducing the contingency down from what we normally do, so we don't leave extra money into the project. If for any reason the contingency goes over, then they would bring a budget amendment for any nexus that would be necessary from the city to cover that, but we felt that was a better approach rather than putting in the full amount that might not be utilized. There still may be some that doesn't get utilized, specifically if they stay completely on budget, but it is a smaller contingency that we normally would have in projects that's going to be brought forward.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor?
Just a comment. I think if you look at sort of the plan with this, I think it'll be really interesting to see what other uses we can derive from this longer term that we're maybe not anticipating today. But I think it makes sense. My feedback would be, that funding is there. Whether we liked it there or not, it's there, and we have an obligation to either use it or not. So I think putting it to good use in a way that makes some sense for the city is a good idea. So I think we're on track.
Thank you all.
Thanks. All right. With that, we'll move on to item 38, which is Parks and Recreation Department, Settlers Park Expansion and Future Community Center. Mr. Sidaway.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. While Chris is bringing up the presentation, I just want to say that I'm grateful to be here tonight presenting this, since this conversation's been in development for a long time, and to be to a point where we're actually talking about possible floor plans and plans is quite exciting to me. I wanted to recognize first off in the audience, Lance Fish with ZGA Architects. They are our architect on this project. I also want to recognize Garrett White, who for our department is the project manager. It's kind of managing the project as it's moving forward. But appreciate Lance's efforts on what I'm going to show you tonight. So first of all, just a quick reminder of the location. You can see in front of you the location is next to Settlers Park. Earlier this year, we purchased the little over 11 acres from the West Ada School District, west of the ball fields, and that is the location as an expansion of Settlers Park. About, call it 3 to 4 acres would probably be taken up by the actual community center project, and then the balance will be part of the expansion of the park, which I will show you tonight. Also, just a reminder that we do have a guiding document that's helping us move forward, and we continually share this back and forth with council over the last 4 or 5 years. But it summarizes the building program, the types of rooms that are in it. It's based on all the public feedback to date from the surveys that we've done with the community, open houses during the master plan process, and feedback from the council, as well as the commission. And we also know that this vision will continue to evolve as we go through this process, talk with the community, get their feedback, and come back to council. So some of the key features of this community center, the first bullet has become more and more important over time, and that's access control. I just want to highlight that a little bit because we are working to minimize staffing needs at the community center. I'll talk a little bit more about that. We do have a large flex space, basically the size of an elementary school gym, with a stage that can be used for musical performances and plays. It can be used for city events like the upcoming Children's Wonderland Festival. It can be used for a variety of different sports activities. We also have 3 different multi-purpose classrooms, one that can focus on the needs for camps on one end of the building, and 2 on the other side that will be flexible with a movable wall between them. There's specialty classrooms that we've talked about multiple times, like arts and crafts specific room, fitness, dance, or yoga, and a cooking classroom. There's also quite a bit of office and storage space. And one of the things I hear over and over again talking to places that have built community centers is, don't forget the storage. Everyone says they underbuild the storage and then wish they had more. This last bullet is a possible fire prevention office location, and the chief's here to address any questions related to that. But basically, we have a partnership with them right now at Home Court Base 6, where they're inhabiting some of the existing office space there. And the idea is that there might be benefit in having them follow us to the new community center. Here is the floor plan. So I'm going to grab this mouse and just kind of walk us through it. If you can see the mouse, this large space up at the top is that large flex space. You can see the stage facing in what you could think of like an elementary school gym. You can see some different sizes of there that would fit 1 basketball court, 2 volleyball courts, or 3 pickleball courts. We can teach instruction classes in there for Pickleball 101, or we can use it for overflow. I can tell you we are turning away teams left and right in our adult sports program, and we're already desperate for more gym space. We're talking with the school district. We're doing a variety of things to help with that, but this is one possible help, but it's a very flexible space that could be used for a variety of things, including events, sports, and performances. Let me just jump to if you can see where the mouse is right now, this is the main entrance, comes in to a lobby and a reception area. And you get a glance into the flex space from there. Let me point out these lines here. We have access control doors at this location, and then right over here at this location, where we could block off an entire wing if we wanted to control one side or the other. And then the doors to each of the individual classrooms would also be intended to have access controls. Again, part of that effort to minimize future staffing needs. Over here you can see where it says future fire. That is where we would add on fire if we end up with a partnership together there. It could be convenient for them to come in off of a separate side entrance and come in and out, or through the front doors, wouldn't matter. But they could have the ability to interact with our Mommy and Me classes for child car seat safety or whatever, things like that. So, but this classroom next to them, I can't find my mouse, it keeps disappearing. This classroom here is one that could work for just about anything, but in the summertime specifically, we have the ability to use it for like a summer camp location, and to be able to have it right across from the gym with convenient access or restroom access, and security control could actually secure that area off from the rest so that other classes could be going on over here without needing to interact with the summer camp kid program. Behind the reception, we have the one office and some cubicles, one conference space, because there will be, there's multiple meetings with instructors and things that need to happen at a place like this. And then the blue areas over here are basically the classrooms. We've got the 2 classrooms here with a movable wall between them. These rectangles on these 3 represent like garage door type openings that we could open and have indoor outdoor uses, because we do have some green space and patio uses behind there that I'll show you in a minute. We also have the demonstration kitchen, or a cooking classroom, if you will. Sorry, my mouse is moving around, trying to get it to stay put. The arts and crafts room has an attached kiln room or storage room, so we can do some pottery classes. And then a separate men's and women's restroom for this wing of the community center. So I kind of want to spend most of my time on this, because I think this is kind of really tells the story of how that vision document actually looks in terms of a floor plan. This is what it could look like from the front. And we have another elevation of the rear elevation. You could see this larger space here would be that flex gym space, and then these are some of those classrooms that have the openings that can come out onto that green space for some indoor outdoor activities. Some sample renderings of what the interior might be. The top left, it has the front entry and the reception area, and then from that entry looking into the building, you can see that from sitting in this lobby, you have a view into that flex gym space, and this represents kind of that access control. If it could be open, we're just showing here closed on either side, just to show you how the access control could work on either side of that lobby space. So staffing. We would propose to use existing staff primarily to open the community center by focusing on 2 promotions. taking one existing rec coordinator and making them the facility manager, and then taking what we currently have as a seasonal classes and camps coordinator and making that position full-time to do the programming and things that to assist that facility manager. We'd move some of the existing recreation staff to the community center from City Hall to assist with that daytime coverage, and they would still keep their own day jobs and just do what they do from there as opposed to here, but just sometimes it's just a matter of having an extra, bodies in the building to help with just eyes on the facility. Evenings and weekends, we would do what we can with access control, like we do at the existing community center or at base 6 of the home court. And we currently do not staff those, and they work. I do expect that a larger facility of this, will need some additional, eyes on. And so we have built into the CFP 3 future site supervisor positions so that it can function long-term, more like the home court does today, based on that staffing model. But we've plugged them in out at 2030 is where we have them, and that can move forward or backward as appropriate based on budgets. Let me just pause and ask if there's any questions about that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
That's helpful. Just so happens that a couple of us have been starting some work around the CFP. I actually thought I saw some head count earlier in the CFP than 2030. So I kind of just wanted to double check on that, what you were thinking.
Well, I just checked it last week when I was
Okay.
building this, and I looked at the year and thought it said 2030. Does that
Okay.
sound right to you?
Maybe it's me.
Yeah.
It's probably me. Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe I'm conflating it with something else. Okay.
We do have the, the construction and the O&M costs for the building in earlier than that, because we were hoping to open that in FY '28.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to understand generally is kind of what is the updated timeline in terms of different milestones, when we think the facility will be delivered, and then, so your plan is to use existing staff
Yeah.
to staff it, and then it sounds like 2030 is when permanent staff would start. Do you really need 3 on-site supervisors? Because that's a pretty big ramp up to go from 0 to 3 in 5 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We would need 3 for 24/7, not 24/7, I'm sorry, but 7 day a week till, like 10 PM at night, coverage, if we want someone there on site. We can see how the first year or 2 goes and adapt that. We can phase them in, or we can do them at once. But I think all those can be on the table for future conversations.
Or you leave it as is and you don't bring people on if
it's working.
if that's what's working. Those are the unknowns.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. I just wanted to kind of understand where your head was at. Okay.
I do have a timeline slide, but it's plugged in here after I go over the site plan. So if that's okay, I will hold the timeline.
Mayor?
And
Councilman Taylor.
Steve,
Yes.
just real quick before you move on, I kind of aligned with timing of the day. Are we going to have evening access? We talked about having staff there during the weekdays. Would you stagger those potentially if there's evening activities, or how do you kind of manage access on, like, if you do the 2 promotions, how would they manage evening activities if we have it? Or
well, we're going to try it non-staffed with badge access, kind of like giving an HOA access to City Hall after hours. It's how just think about the current community center. We don't have a staff person there today. They have a code, they get in, they're responsible for, locking up and making sure their class members leave when they go. The more complicated version is if there's 3 to 5 classes going on at once, it's a little more complicated. It's easy to know if everyone's out, if you're the only one there, which is kind of at our small community center how it works. But we can ask them to be responsible, that we're going to have this wing open and it's open until 10 and we can schedule it to lock down at a certain time. We can also, give them badge access to open the doors and go into their classroom. And our plan is to try and do it just through badge access and access control, unstaffed, and see how that goes.
Maybe Steve, to get to what I think have you thought about when the seasonal class of catch coordinator is promoted full-time, what hours might they be there at the facility? Noon to 8? Are you thinking only staff there from 8 to 5 each day?
Right now, the using existing staff, we're focused on 8 to 5. If we find that needs to morph, we can have that conversation. But we're thinking of trying to get the coverage there 8 to 5, and then try using the access control in the evenings and on the weekends. We think we may need some additional staff in order to, use it to its full potential. But maybe we find that it works well by having only a couple of classes in there at a time when it's unstaffed, as opposed to 5 or 6. But those are the kind of things that we'll need to live in to know. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
one last question, and we'll let you continue
Yeah.
on, Steve. I'm kind of a trust and verify person. I like the idea of the access control. Are we planning on implementing any type of a security camera situation with
Oh,
this building as
absolutely.
well, so we know what's happening?
There would be security cameras, just like we do in parks or elsewhere. So yes, security cameras and access control. So let's talk about the expanded view of the park expansion and the site layout of where the community would fit into that. So the first thing I want to point out is that parking is a big deal. And especially with the issues we've had with MYB patrons and parking in the neighborhoods and trying to give them more convenient parking next to the fields that they're trying to access. So that 340 parking spaces that we're planning for includes the MYB overflow parking as well as parking for the community center. It has the community center itself. In our conversations about needs of that park, what comes up perennially is a dog park. So we would look at incorporating a dog park into this new space. We'd put it as far as possible from existing residences so that and then put this open play green space closer to the residences and then include our pathway connections. So here's what that would look like. I like this slide because it really kind of emphasizes the parking aspect. You can see the parking lots that are closest to the ball fields here and here, and new accesses from that point up into the park or where those ball fields are. We think it'll be very convenient and desirable parking for the ball field patrons and attract them to that location. We would have the small and large dog park on this far south side. North is to the left on this photo. You can see Venable on the bottom. Now, I like this other view right here because lest you think it's all asphalt, this kind of emphasizes the green space. So I used the previous one to emphasize the parking, but this kind of shows you that, there is still a lot of green space on this site. You can see how the community center sits central to the site with the parking in front of it. We've got the drop-off area in front of it. We've got a playground behind it and some open space for some events that might want to happen there, like Children's Wonderland Festival is the one on my mind because it's coming up in a month. But put the quieter open play spaces up against the existing residents, have a connection that goes up north to for our maintenance folks to be able to access. If you can see where the mouse is now, that's our existing maintenance facility. So we have that connected in so that they can get mowers and trucks and things into this new section as well. But this flow seems to work well. It would have access out onto Venable and then out to Stick Road to the south from there.
Maybe a couple additions as well, things that there are a couple restrooms attached to the community center. on the edge to allow, so people in that area will have access to the outside of the community center. So they don't have to go in that context. The green space between the ballpark, the playground, that could be future expansion of community center if that was ever needed or desired, either additional large space for some other purpose. So allows you to move it that way. And then the final good piece of news is Venable did just hit the warrants for a traffic light to be possible at that at Venable and Ustick, which really is kind of we just got that a week ago, 2 weeks ago, that's really kind of a game changer for access for this long term.
We would be willing to participate in that. And you're exactly right. Thank you for pointing out the expansion. We have designed this and kept things away from the back wall of this so that we do have the option if 10 years from now we want to add on a second gym or another wing of classrooms. That possibility exists for future expansion possibilities at this site.
Mr. Mayor?
Hey, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Quick question on just speaking of size. I'm assuming the sort of the footprint you have here aligns with what's allowed with the impact fees we've collected.
This is based on 22,000 square feet, and we have a maximum square footage of 22,000. It's coming up on a slide, 22,827. So yes, we are very much tuned into that. I want to talk about the timeline.
Let me
Mr.
go,
Mayor.
Councilman Kavanagh had a question. Councilman
Thanks. Real
Kavanagh.
quick.
Kevin.
Sorry. Thanks, Steve. Maybe just sticking with the site layout. Only a question about layout, just maybe one area. When I look at the layout, and certainly I think some of our desire to get this lot was to help respond to the significant use of MYB and their success out at Settlers Park and the impact on parking that Settlers has generated. I like how that's laid out with kind of providing, I think the term used was overflow parking for MYB. Good amount of spaces. I think that's well thought out. What is MYB's participation in this? How much are they helping to contribute towards the parking for their use?
Thank you for that question. I don't have a number for you yet, but I can tell you those conversations are underway. In fact, just this afternoon, Garrett met with the MYB leadership and those conversations are happening. So we will be back with a proposed partnership to define what their partnership and role would be in participating in those parking lots.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilman Kavanagh.
Stephen, and maybe this is for that update, you know, when I look at the layout, I think that is parking that is really set to meet the needs of the baseball facility. Do you see that? I guess what level of that parking lot do you see supporting the playground or the community center?
It's primarily for MYB and other large events in the park. I mean, when there are large events in the park, they fill the existing parking lots. So I would say it's probably principally MYB and then also, you know, large events that occur in the park.
Okay. And Mr. Mayor, just one last comment, because I think this is important for me. I do look at that as a parking lot for MYB. And so I'm going to be real reluctant to support a proposal that asks the taxpayers to pick up the cost of a parking lot that's going to serve a specific sports league. So you can pass along those comments if you want to MYB, but to me, I think that is really important that we shouldn't be asking the taxpayers to fit the bill for additional parking for MYB.
And we've anticipated the need for their participation and are trying to get that defined right now.
Great.
Like I say, we've had a previous discussion, but today was kind of a first formal meeting where they saw the plan for the first time. So
Great. Thank you.
Yep. So timeline, we're here at the top in fall of 2024, talking about schematic design, staffing options, and operational costs. What we're seeking for tonight is not a formal approval, but a head nod, basically, that this is good enough to go talk to the neighbors and talk to the public and get feedback so that we can take the next step and incorporate any changes that they might have. We would hold that public house, open house, and then come back to the city council for a check-in and define what moves forward into design development, going through the start of the year, winter 2024/spring of 2025, going into design development and construction documents, then another council check-in. I guess I'm trying to point out that we intend to come back multiple times to you and check in with where we're at. The goal would be to get to a cost estimate by spring so that we're ready for a conversation with the budget process. So, because late 2025, a year from now, let's say, our goal would be to obligate those funds into a construction contract and then roll into construction in 2026 and 2027 with the goal of opening a community center in FY28, which could be, late 27, but not until FY28. We also know that this is a very draft schedule, so anyone that's watching needs to know, take this with a huge grain of salt. A lot of things can change between now and 3 years from now, but this is kind of a best case scenario, I'd say, and what we've got our foot on the gas pedal hoping to do. Let's talk about impact fees. So this project is 100% eligible for impact fees. A maximum of 22,827 square feet are eligible. Our current impact fee balance as of about a month ago was 19,800,000. So we have collected the funds to be able to do this project and would like to move forward. And then we talked about this at the last meeting, but the question was asked, what happens if we don't spend those funds soon? If we don't have those impact fee funds obligated to a specific project by 2026, finance intends to roll into the next impact fee study, and our current balance will be subtracted from any impact fee eligible projects that can be collected for future projects during that study. So it would be in our best interest to get those funds obligated before that next study takes place. The next steps, we'd like to move forward to a public open house, get the neighborhood feedback because we think that'll be key. Our intent is to mail postcards to a 1/4 mile radius, not just a 300-foot radius, which happens with most legal noticing, but we would like to go a little farther than that, well, quite a bit farther than that. And also invite the community through social media, other outlets, and then we will return to City Council with a final schematic design, early design development, and move forward with additional review and feedback from Council. So that is my presentation for you tonight, and seeking your approval to move forward to the community with this, and I'll stand for any questions.
Council, additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strayer.
would you mind going back to the timeline, please?
Yep.
Perfect.
So one thing that confused me, this is not the council check-in to move into design development then. This is a heads up to move into public feedback.
We're very close to moving into design development. We're still in schematic design this is like kind of the end of schematic design. We'd like to take that to the community, see what changes we would need to be incorporated before we get too far into design development and start, into construction documents and things like that become harder and harder to change. But we're still in a very fluid moment in time where this is schematic and we want to go talk to the community while it's schematic.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strayer.
And then if you could move into the impact fee slide that you just went through. So we need the impact fees to be obligated. They don't need to be spent.
Correct.
Okay. Got it. So just some feedback. I get where you're coming from. Obviously don't want to see our impact fees evaporate. So I think there is a balancing act here between getting the process underway. I think it makes tons of sense to get public feedback right now. I have no issue with that. I think that's fantastic. My biggest concern, just being very upfront, is around the hiring of bringing on permanent staffing, which, as we know from our budget discussions, is an ongoing expense. And so that has been a big concern. as we're kind of working through things, and you have some runway, you have some time. I appreciate that you've been thoughtful around trying to leverage existing staffing to kind of dually staff the community center. And then the one thing that does worry me though is, and I liked that trust but verify. Yeah, the security cameras, that does make me feel a little bit better. This is going to be a $20 million facility, and I just don't feel great about large groups of people having access when we don't have staff in place. So I just want to see us kind of work through the permanent staffing aspect of this. And I would personally feel more comfortable if there was kind of a ramp up plan, instead of adding like three. My personal opinion, I could be totally off base, but I don't know that we would be able, in every budget year, we're going to make separate decisions, right? But three permanent staff members is a lot to bite off in 2030, in my opinion. So I just think some kind of working on a more detailed, more granular staffing plan, I think would go a long way. I like the design so far, but I'm really curious about feedback from the community. I do agree with Council President Kavanagh that MYB's participation in this is important. But I do think it is a great way to try to get two birds with one stone in that sense. Like, this parking issue has been a huge flashpoint for people. So it's great that that's solving that issue as well. So I think there's a lot to work through on the staffing and timing. I feel better if you're checking in with us again before you move into the design development phase. So that's just my feedback.
I think that as council's working on the CFP, you really are setting the timeline expectations of those staff and ramp up. If you give Steve one person, he'll do what he can with one person. And you give him two, he'll do what you can with two. Give him three, he'll do what he can with three. So you really can be in control by setting that expectation in the CFP. Steve was just saying, I think I need three people long-term to fully operate this as much as we can to get our full value out of it. Understanding that we're not going to go there day one. Yep. So this is your ramp up plan. But the CFP could be the deciding factor about when you want to go beyond the minimum numbers that he's identified, the two positions, in order to have basic level of, because it's, as I've learned, they actually have to have a staff member to actually schedule all the classes and do all the things. If you don't have that position, then you got a nice empty building. So there are some components that have to exist in order to move it forward. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Kavanagh.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying on that, but I'm going to also maybe challenge that a little bit in that, the community center, the programming that's offering there is a very individualized benefit. So therefore, our cost recovery model based on classes should dictate the amount of staff that we need. So I would look to our parks department and say, this is what programming is going to look like. This is what the cost recovery is going to be. And as such, that's what the staff are going to be. So I'm not quite sold that it is the CFP that is driving this. It's really what the park's forecasted use is what should drive what the FTEs look like in that facility. So, and that's something that I guess I would want to see before I would feel comfortable in feeling like that I know what the staffing plan is for this facility. And I've got a little bit of a disconnect. Going and talking to the public to seek conceptual ideas is one thing. Two, going to our community and saying, here's our site. Here's how many employees we're going to have. This is what our hours of operation are going to be. Is something entirely different. And I'm hesitant on that because we all know often the first message that people hear is the message they take with them moving forward. And so we want to make sure that we're really clear with the public about what this is, what staffing is going to look like, what hours, what type of programming is going to exist, so that our citizens have at least the same perspective that we do as we move forward together.
So Mayor, I anticipated that this question might come up, so I had this slide ready. Wasn't sure if we'd have time for it, but it looks like we do. So this is the consensus pyramid that is in our current approved cost recovery model. The community center includes items in tiers 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it literally is a blend of all of those. From tier 4, which is considerable individual benefit, like Councilman Kavanagh is describing, you'll see the adult recreation classes and programs. In tier 3 below that, you can see the youth recreation classes and programs, which we agreed should have a little bit more support. Down in the considerable community benefit, or tier 2, we've got the youth camps and the monitor drop-in use, which I'll just say, put out there, we're not planning to open with that, but that is a potential future use with if there's available staffing. On mostly community benefit at level 1, we will have some community special events. We will have arts and culture programs there, and there will be volunteer opportunities there. So it's a blend of all of those. You can see the recovery targets on the right as far as what got adopted. And so it's a blend of anything from 0% to 99%, and we should fall somewhere in the middle, right? Because and a lot of what we do there are more youth classes and camps. So somewhere in that tier 2, tier 3, probably as a blend, makes the most sense. So the next question is, what
Mr.
are our
Mayor,
potential revenue sources? So I did look into our current community education classes. We do a 70-30 split with those contracted instructors. Last year, the city made 63,000 of the, can't remember how many 100,000 was total transactions, but we, whatever 63 is 30% of what, that would be our total. But the city revenues were about 63,000, and that can go towards our cost recovery, and we're approaching that there. We will also have some revenues, or can, from adult sports if we do program some adult sports in there. Summer camp programs. I don't want to move out of the schools, so it'll depend on whether we have right now we have a north side, south side summer camp. Do we move the north side camp to the community center? Possibly. Does this become a third site? Ideally, but the big challenge to that is staffing, finding the staffing that will, the youth summer, the seasonal staffing that would staff that summer camp. Having a third site would depend on that. And then court rentals, if we do rent those courts out to groups for activities, events, sports. But I do want to point out that we have, through previous conversations with council, ruled out two of the principal potential sources of revenue. Places like Nampa Rec Center, they meet cost recovery goals by selling memberships. And we talked early on about having a gym, and the decision was made early on that we didn't want to do a gym and compete with the private sector version of the gyms that are out there. Without a membership, that's how most of the rec centers do, be revenue neutral. We also talked heavily in the past about event reservations, weddings, reunions, private gatherings. We had, at an early version of this years ago, we had a catering kitchen to host some of these types of events, things we might need to have those kinds of revenue sources. And we were told very clearly, no way, don't go there. So we have cut that out of our program. If this council feels differently, I guess let me know. We can adapt to that now. But we have decided not to go there because it does mean a lot of additional staffing and things like that potentially to be able to do that. And anyway, I just pointing that out. So, but we do have some revenue sources. We do think that we can be in this cost recovery pyramid where we should be based on the philosophies that we've talked about with council before.
But, hey, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Kavanagh.
And Steve, I think a larger conversation about where this facility sits on the cost recovery is a good conversation for a later point in time. Nevertheless, if I'm hearing you right, you don't feel that this facility is going to generate enough revenue to cover the expenses of the staff and operations and maintenance of this facility being built.
No, I do not.
Okay. So,
It's more like the home court where it would be subsidized.
correct, okay. And so I think just where I'm coming from, council, that to me is a bigger conversation that we should probably be having before we start communicating with the public. Because to Councilmember Strader's point, the getting this built is less of a concern as the ongoing cost to operate this facility. And given the budget parameters and constraints that we're currently experiencing, I would hate that we go to an event with neighbors and communicate, hey, we're gonna build this by a date certain. Only for us to have to tap the brakes because of staff concerns. I'm not real supportive until we work through this kind of budget challenges of bringing on staff to support this facility without a real defined revenue model that will offset the cost. We've got some real challenges with emergency responders that I think needs to remain our priority. And I don't want to derail this, Steve, but there's, to me, I think some bigger questions that need to be answered before I would feel comfortable communicating to the public about here we go.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
First, Steve, let me just say, I wish one day I can wake up and go to work with as much enthusiasm as you have for your job. So one day maybe I'll get there. So I really appreciate your passion on this. You know, during the budget session, I kind of was drilling in a little bit on kind of this, you know, your pro forma of how this is going to work. And so I appreciate some of the thinking on this. I do think that's probably a bigger conversation we all probably should have because it aligns a lot with staffing. But with respect to kind of what feedback you're asking now, if we're going to go back to the community, I'm okay going back to ask the community what they think, but I don't think we should be projecting necessarily timelines or I think Councilman Kavner makes a good point. I don't want to promise something that we can't deliver on, but I think it would be worth us going out and saying, this is what we envision for the community center. What do you think? What do you want to see there? And just get some feedback. I'd also, my own personal feedback, I don't, you know, I understand sending out a postcard within a quarter of a mile, but this is the City of Meridian Community Center. And I'm wondering if there's a way we can get more feedback from the entire city, not just those within a physical distance. So I think I see why you would do that, but I think we need to expand hey, if we're going to take feedback from the city and what the city wants for their community center, what are you looking for? So Councilman Taylor's specific feedback to you would be, how can we get more, you know, feedback from the city? And then also, as we take these concepts out for view, I would just sort of take away some of I don't want to promise something that we might not deliver on in terms of timelines or exactly what we'd have. This is to say, here's some ideas, but tell us what you're looking for. So I think in terms of what I think you're looking for, that's kind of my feedback on this process.
Mr. Mayor, I would agree that we want to invite the whole city. And so we would put it out on social media. We could also do things like a press release. But I don't know that a mailer to every household makes a lot of sense. But we want to send a mailer to all of those within a quarter mile, but then find ways to invite the community.
I think there's two different parts here. There's those that are going to be impacted directly by everyone showing up. You know, the immediate neighbors, kind of like there's a neighborhood meeting in a lot of ways about, you know, where do you want the dogs by your house or do you want them over by the businesses? You know, that's part of the conversation. Obviously, the other part has happened over time, but this would be a direct, you know, we do have something to showcase that we can do all those things that we've talked about. So, you know, I'm not necessarily think that you have to go, you know, larger because you can probably just get it out to the HOA, but it's really the homes within the first two streets that might be impacted by parking, might be impacted by dogs barking, might be impacted by lights, those type of elements. And I think that's a very different group than the rest of the community for the services that are provided on there. But they happen at the same time-ish.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
You certainly could have series of meetings would make sense because then you could absolutely talk with the neighbors about real impacts to them, positive and negative. I think overwhelmingly positive probably compared to a lot of things, but we could hear from them. But then, we also have, like the utility bill newsletter, could be leveraged, I think, even on a citywide basis, if you figure out the timing and you could announce it in there at some point and get feedback. I think feedback on programming, I think is really valuable. Like if you talked to, 100 people and they all said like, we absolutely want a gym, that might change, evolve my thinking a little bit around your potential revenue sources and stuff. So I think, yeah, getting the feedback, I think from the wider community is important. I agree. I think we want to be careful about promising hours of operations and when this would open. So I think that makes sense to be cautious there while we sort of figure it out. But I think getting feedback is great, especially about the kind of programming people want to see to make sure that we're building something that meets the needs. Like, I think that makes a ton of sense. So yeah, I think that's okay. And then I would say we need to work through this a little more. I'm trying to remember on the council when we had the conversation about gym memberships and catering and weddings and stuff, and when that was taken off the table. I'm trying to remember that conversation that we had. I'm not like totally opposed to those revenue sources. I think if we heard like overwhelming feedback from the community that was needed, that we could consider it. I don't know if I have a very strong opinion right now about that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
being we're at the stage and throwing out the kind of what ifs as we go forward, have you had any conversations yet with any of the command staff of the police department on setting up any part of this building in that administrative area where we could have an area where they could come in, make phone calls, have report writing areas, where you could put extra eyes and ears? And if you haven't, I'd like to have you put that on your agenda. Secondarily, when you open this up, when we're talking about getting more people and more eyes on this facility, the possibility of even just co-locating or relocating some of your personnel that are based out of City Hall now to that new facility until the time that you get to where you know exactly what you're going to need going forward, just to put more people into it.
Yeah, we will add that conversation to the list.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
Steve, just, can you go to the next slide on timeline? And well, you may have to go to the next one on impact fees as well. So we need to obligate by December 31st of this year. Is that correct?
Yeah, or by whenever the study starts in early 26. I think he's just projecting spring of 26 to start to be working on the next impact fee study.
We've got time. We've got at least a year, if not more.
Okay. All right.
But I don't want it, but we can come with a budget amendment, next year, but I know you like, and I'm trying to align this to meet with the desires to have this teed up for the budget process. To have this teed up for the budget process, I need to have some estimates ready come April, May to be into that. In order to meet an April, May timeframe, I need to, be starting design development around the start of the year. So my goal would be to go and talk to the community here in about 4 weeks after Thanksgiving, but before we get into the Christmas season heavily, and host a meeting and invite folks to come and interact with us.
And Mayor,
That's what I want.
I think that's critically important for me before we get into the budget process, to have a sense of how the conversations with the public have gone. I mean, we had exhaustive conversations about this during the current budget development. But as we get into the design piece of it, for me, and again, obligating those funds, it would be helpful for me to have that public input. How you ask the question, I think you've gotten some great feedback here from council. What you commit to, again, I think you've had some good guidance and direction there, but to me, getting that public input is probably important before we get to that spring timeline and you come back to us and we're starting to develop a budget. I, d- again, I don't know what that looks like or how the conversations are set and how you publicize it and where you hold it and all of those kinds of things. I just think I commend you for including that in the process because that will be helpful for us when it comes time to make a decision and give further guidance.
I think based on the feedback that I'm hearing, we would move forward with a meeting with the neighbors and invite the public at large. We would probably host it here at City Hall because it's too cold to try and do it out on site and do it out. If this were the middle of the summer, we'd consider doing something on site, but I think we hold it here. And I think we focus on the site plan and the floor plan and the uses, take off the timeline and say that's still TBD based on budget discussions and things with council. But we get some feedback about the layout, the design and the uses and see if it's meeting that public need.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Yeah, Steve, I think that's a good approach with maybe just one additional caveat that I think you probably would do anyways, because I know your heart is, it's also listening and asking for the public, hey, what do you think that we're missing? What would you want to see in this site? I recognize we have done that a couple of times, but more and more people move to Meridian, and I look back to when I very first ran for city council and was in North Meridian, and everyone was talking about Costco. We want a Costco. When are we going to get a Costco? And 4 years later, when I ran for city council, there were people in that area that were saying, we don't want a Costco, no Costco. And so people's opinions shift and change. So I don't think it hurts us to ask the question again. I think to Councilmember Strader's point is there programming things that we're missing in this site that you think are incredibly important? And again, to Councilmember Overton's comment, I agree. Having a little spot for PD to be able to work out of and improve their presence in our parks. They do a great job being there, but here's another way to have this extra set of eyes and maybe address some of the security or that trust but verify concerns that a couple council members brought up.
Yes, we can definitely ask that question. I've got my team in the room, including the architect that's going to be helping us do this meeting. And so I think message received and we can ask that question and report back.
Well, Stephen, I just want to end by saying thank you to you. You and I have been going back and forth on this for, seems like 5 years at least, on the very elements. And I think that you've taken the feedback that I've challenged you with, and I think you delivered on it in terms of my expectations. An access controlled facility with limited staff needs to have a base level of operations when it would open for a cost. It is not free. There is a cost to open this facility. Everyone, I think, understands, just like there will be a cost to mow the grass if we put grass in this location. So there are operational costs no matter what you do, and even if you leave it fallow, there are operational costs that will be part of that. But you've delivered something. Yes, we have people in the CFP which may or may never materialize. We may find this is all we need and all the community needs to meet our goals. There are those undefined things moving forward. And if council wants to find more revenue to help offset, I've done everything I can at the golf course to help find that revenue to offset the pool and here, but you'll have an opportunity in the coming weeks to talk about more revenue for the pool and for the home court. And if you don't like those models, now's the time to start making everything pay more if that's what the desire is, to help all these things operate in that context. So we have the model, we can revisit the model. I just want to say thank you because I think you've done everything I've asked you to do to bring back to council a way that we could build this and operate it from the get-go, knowing that we would grow into it over time. And so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And with that, council, we've reached the end of our agenda. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. And we will for those here, we'll probably start 5 minutes late. So 6:05 we'll try to get going. Council, we'll call this meeting to order. First, just want to say thank you to those in attendance for giving us a few minutes in between to take care of some business and be ready for the evening. But with that, we'll call this meeting to order. It is November 6, 2024, at 6:09 PM. We'll begin tonight's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts. Councilman Taylor.
Here.
Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilman Whitlock.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Mayor Simpson.
Here. Next item up is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. Mr. Clerk, I assume we had no one sign up for the community invocation?
You are correct.
And anyone, well, that will come next. Next up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I move that we approve the agenda as published.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Guys have it, and the agenda is adopted. Mr. Clerk, anyone under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, just one, Laren Bailey.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Laren Bailey. I represent Devco and BlackRock Homes located at 4824 West Fairview Avenue, Boise, Idaho. I'm here tonight. I want to clarify some statements that were made at a city council hearing earlier this year. Over the past few months, our development team has submitted 2 preliminary plats within the mixed-use zones. During this process, we were surprised to discover that the comprehensive plan had been updated in March of this year. Although we participated in 3 to 4 preliminary application meetings with city staff during the period of time when these comp plan changes were being introduced, this significant change was not mentioned or discussed until we received the staff report for a hearing approximately 3 weeks ago. As we investigated these changes and consulted with others in the industry, including our attorney Heath Clark and developers Dave Jorgensen and others in the BCA, it became clear to us that many stakeholders were similarly unaware of the scope and impact of these policy changes. While early drafts of the plan circulated, they lacked many of the substantial changes later included in the final version. In reviewing the public hearing, we were struck by the limited public input for such a substantial policy shift. To our knowledge, there were no stakeholder group meetings, comprehensive plan committee meetings, or meaningful public outreach. Additionally, property owners within the mixed-use areas were not informed, excuse me, or notified of the changes. We believe this is why there was little to no turnout for the public at the hearings. Moreover, my name was referenced in support of these amendments without my knowledge or consent. At the January 9th City Council meeting, Councilman Strader asked about the process behind these changes. Staff responded by listing businesses and mentioning my name specifically as someone who had reviewed the updates and provided no additional comments. I was taken aback as I did not recall receiving or being asked to comment on these updates. Although I had heard of the potential changes and had seen some graphics intended to be replace the existing visuals, I had not seen the document or reviewed it formally. After checking my emails, I found a notification from Brian McClure on the 8th of March of this year, 2 days after the comp plan was updated. Forwarding a previous email from November 7th, 2023, an email that I was not included on. I'm here tonight to clarify publicly that I did not review or endorse these changes to the comprehensive plan as they were not provided to me. I wonder if it was truly the city's intent to implement such changes. I'm almost done, Mayor. Sorry. On this manner, if the intent was clear and well considered, I respect that. However, I question why the process did not include the transparent public engagement that typically accompanies substantial policy updates in the city of Meridian. We have not seen policy changes of this magnitude handled in this way before. A particular concern was the number of times the words like should were changed or replaced with shall or must. We counted over 27 times. This is a significant policy shift. This is one change of many that was not vetted by stakeholders. I lack the time tonight to address these issues individually, but I want to reiterate our severe disappointment in the process, lack of transparency, and the fact that my name was used when I had not ever seen the documents. I'm hopeful that in the future there will be more inclusive process for change of this magnitude. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lauren. Can I have your statement, your copy of your statement? And congratulations on the promotion. Thank you. Anybody else, Mr. Clerk, sign up?
Mr. Mayor, that was everyone.
Okay. With that, we will move on to tonight's action items. First item up is public hearing for proposed winter 2025 fee schedule of the Meridian Parks and Recreation Department. Mr. White, welcome to this public hearing with staff comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thanks for having me tonight. In front of you are the fees for our next activity guide for all of our classes and programs we plan to offer. All these fees are set to meet all of the cost recovery philosophies that we have adopted. So that works. And then you'll see also on there that there's some increases, some decreases, some stay the same. And really, like every time I come and talk to you guys, that's based on number of classes offered in that session, based on the number of days in the month and so on. So really with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff on this item?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Mr. White, thanks for being here. You look very, very similar to a model that we saw on a presentation in our earlier meeting, so it's nice to have you here. My only question for you was Snag, starting new at golf. That's exciting. I love when we offer new programs. Is this for young people that are trying golf, old people like me that want to try golf, everybody in between? Do you have any insight to share about what this new program is?
Councilman Cavanagh, Mr. Mayor. Great question. Thank you. Thanks for noticing that picture on the previous slides that Steve showed. So me as a younger with my younger twins. So that program is primarily for kids, but I'm sure Ryan and his staff, Pete and those guys would implement something like that with adults in really any age. The idea is to get people out there starting golf, whether you're great at it or not, or just want to learn it. So that's kind of the intent behind it. So to answer that question, I would say it was for all ages.
Great. Thanks. Appreciate it. Appreciate these updates.
Thank you very much, Garrett. This is a public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay. Is there anybody, you can sit down, Garrett, you're good. Is there anybody present who would like to provide any comments on this public hearing item, either in the room or online? If you're online, you can use the raise your hand feature. Okay. Seeing no one raising their hand or no one coming forward, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
close the public hearing for agenda item number 1.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed. Next up is item 2, resolution number 24-2485, resolution adopting the winter 2025 fee schedule of the Meridian Parks and Recreation Department, authorizing the Meridian Parks and Recreation Department to collect such fees and providing an effective date.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
I move we approve agenda item number 2, resolution number 24-2485, resolution adopting the winter 2025 fee schedule for the Meridian Parks and Recreation Department.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-2485. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. Next item up is item 3, public hearing for Briar Ridge subdivision, TECC 2024-0003. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So tonight we are here for a time extension for Briar Ridge subdivision. This site consists of 14.14 acres of land. It's zoned TNR. It's located on the west side of Meridian Road between West Lake Hazel Road and West Amity. So the final plat, which was H-2022-0011 for this project, was approved by City Council on September 14th, 2021. The plat consists of 59 single-family residential building lots, 24 townhome lots, and 35 detached single-family lots, and 15 common lots, with approximately 24.82% qualified open space. So the request here is for a one-year time extension on the final plat in order to obtain the city engineer's signature. The developer has received final plat approval for the first phase of the project, which was FP-2022-0011. And work has begun on this phase. So staff is not requesting any new conditions be placed on the application with the time extension. The reason the applicant is requesting the time extension is that the developer stated they have experienced major delays in getting permits from the Transportation Department to bring sewer down the roadway to the site. We had no written testimony on this project. And so at this time, staff will stand for any questions that you have, but the applicant is also here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Linda. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavan.
Linda, this is the second request for a time extension. Was the first time request for the same reason?
Yes, they went through the director for an extension. Yes, and it was due to ITD.
Okay, thanks.
Would the applicant like to come forward?
For the record, Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood, my business address. Linda, can you put up that little slide I put together? So from the very beginning, when we did this preliminary plat in 2021, the landowner to the north of us, where the city stubbed the Black Cat trunk line to, has not wanted to grant access to the property. And speaking with the city engineer today, apparently others have made that similar request. He has received a preliminary plat approval on that property. And as I understand, he wants to sell his property and not let anything go on before then. There's people to the north of him that have also tried to get access to that sewer. I don't know if many of you are familiar, when the city did annexations out in that area, this was one of the major trunk lines that you put together. You brought up the road about 2.5, 3 miles. You went through what I've always called the chicken farm storage unit place that Simplot owns, and then up the hill to this property. What's interesting is on the east side, the developers over there, the landowners have worked together, and there's sewer past Discovery Park, and it's worked really well. On this west side, we've been frustrated as trying to make this happen. When we did our preliminary or our final plat, we submitted the plans. We had already had previous discussions before we ever brought the preliminary plat, and ITD had said that they would grant us approval to run a sewer line down the shoulder of the road. When we were in our third review, final review of the plans, ITD came back and said, no, we don't want that in our right of way, and we're not allowing those things to happen anymore. What's interesting, for you to get the trunk line there, you had to run it up the shoulder of the road also. It's been something that they've done for many years. There's a number of places in West Boise where Shinden has the same kind of thing. They ran the sewer up the side of the state highway. We were told by the city engineer before we could move forward that we needed to exercise all of the effort that we could to make sure that it wasn't just someone saying no, even though we'd had the same thing, them saying yes, and a person changes, then they said no. So we went through an appeal process. It took over 6 months, and we got finally just recently a denial to run the sewer. The major comment that came back in that discussion was the depth of the sewer along the shoulder of the road. So we've been in discussions with the city engineer about using a temporary lift station. Temporary lift stations have been used throughout the valley. There's a number of areas in southwest Boise where some landowners lived along the major trunk line, and they decided that they wouldn't have to put up with any growth if they just didn't allow the sewer through. So lift station there worked for about 3 or 4 miles of taking this pressure line, which is a much smaller line, and then pushed past that point. So we're in the process of starting that negotiation with ITD. Got a tentative approval, and it's very tentative because there's no reason for the city to approve that until ITD says that we can't. As you look at the sketch that I put together, you can see the green line where it talks about the sewer stub. That's the piece of property that you stubbed the sewer to, and that's where the main trunk line is there. And then our properties to the south, you see development that's on the right side or the east side of the highway there that has sewer. And so, you know, I would say the worst case scenario is that if they don't allow us to go north up that way, that we might be able to go straight across. But all of those things have challenges, and each one takes a different aspect of that. As I've been trying to prepare for this meeting tonight, I started looking at this and going, oh, the last time we did this, it took 6 months for us to get an actual denial for trying to do the sewer. I'm looking at me asking for a year, and I would like to amend that to at least a couple years. On site, if you look at the drawing, or the aerial that you can see, we've saw cut all of the sewer lines and water lines in the entire subdivision. There's a mountain of rock out there that we've got sitting on site. We've taken the McBurney lateral that runs through the site. We've tiled it. If we could get access to sewer, we would probably have 2 phases done during the time that we've been messing around here. And we want to move forward, but it is, in the 34 years that I've been doing this, both as an employee of the city of Boise and on the private side, ditch companies, the state, and the federal government are omnipotent, at least in their mind. And so what they say goes. And so we're kind of at their mercy. We have a development agreement on this piece of property. This is the only thing I can build on this. And we've spent pretty close to $700,000-800,000 already in what we've done. And so there isn't any advantage for us to have the subdivision die and to turn around and come back and submit basically, I have the same exact thing. So I'm here asking for 2 years. And hopefully you can understand the difficulty that we have in trying to get to the sewer. Any questions?
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
so Kent, if I understand you correctly, the time extension is so you can review two possible solutions. One is still going down Highway 69, but much deeper. Or bringing that line across Highway 69 from the other development to the east. My understanding, you're correct?
So we're looking at using a temporary lift station and only being 4 foot deep, and putting in a small line. Pressure line doesn't have any openings and manholes in it, that kind of thing. And then dumping into the manhole that is where the sewer's been stubbed across. We could install that in 2 or 3 days, where we would be maybe two weeks at doing it the other way. I think that that's part of their problem. And then when they talked about depth, we have obviously sewer flows, so it has to do that. When you do a pressure line, you don't have to worry about flows. You just follow the contour of the ground, and the city standard requires 4 foot of cover. So that's why the depth is there, or we could almost lay it on top of the ground.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Overton.
Kent, have you had conversations about a lift station with city staff? And were they in agreement with that solution?
They are unwilling to grant an agreement until they're sure that we have a path. What's interesting is that this area is gravity flow, but to the south of us, that all has to go into lift stations. And further to the west, the number of those areas on the master plan, again, they have to go into lift stations. And when you think about it, the water tank is just to the north of the development that's on the city. Water tank is on the east side of the road. The future site for the water tank, it sits on the highest point out there. And so having sewer go uphill usually means that you go deeper. And so everything is looking at, for the future, other than this little area, which isn't a very little area, but it's littler than what's on the other side of the road. But the rest of it has to be done with lift stations. And Clint's here to smack me if I say something wrong. So.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Overton.
This is a question for Clint. Clint, if you could enlighten me on city staff side.
Thank you, Councilmember Overton, Mr. Mayor. So we've had discussions with Kent and his group for the last couple of years, probably going back to when they first started this. Originally, of course, we wanted them to go to the property owner to the north and negotiate with them. We saw they had a preliminary plat. We thought, oh, good news. And they've tried and tried with that property owner and have gotten nowhere. So the next option is that we would have really liked to have seen a gravity sewer that would go along the road, along Meridian Road, Highway 69, from their development up to the manhole. So they very diligently worked on that for, I think it was over a year before ITD denied the gravity line, which was the deep line that Kent mentioned. So now, just about the option they're looking at now, which seems like it's about the only option left, would be to put in a temporary lift station in their development, which would pump up to the manhole that ITD denied the gravity sewer going to, but Kent seems to think there's a better chance that they'll approve, and I agree with them, there's a better chance that they would approve a pressure sewer, because it's very similar to a water line as far as depth goes. It's not near, it can get constructed a lot faster, as Kent said. And another option, which we haven't explored yet, we haven't fully explored this one, but he had mentioned going across Meridian Road. We haven't really looked at that yet. It might work, it might not. I mean, honestly, we're not real excited about a temporary lift station, but we see the dilemma they're in. and how long they've been working and how diligent they've been working on this.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Maybe a question for Clint and staff. I'm not sure who's to answer this question, but if I'm understanding and tracking this correctly, ITD could potentially grant you what you're seeking, assuming that the city was okay with that. Is that, I mean, they wanted to see the city act first in order to get them to feel comfortable, or I'm just trying to follow a line of sequence of what needs to happen at what point to get you what you're looking for.
We have to take to them a proposal and they have to grant us approval. The city doesn't want to go through that process of saying it's okay if it's not going to happen. And so that's generally doable. I mean, when we first approached ITD, it was way before we ever did the preliminary plat. I mean, I've been asked, because I've been doing this for so long, I always get asked, you know, where, can you tell me where development's going to go? Well, the development's going to follow the sewer. And realistically, when you guys did that trunk line and you brought that trunk line, if you imagine the obstacles of a developer doing what you did to negotiate with Simplot, which isn't easy, to go through their property and bringing it through all of those properties to get to somebody, the parcels that were the closest were little tiny parcels. There's no way a small developer would have the ability to pay for that. I don't know how many millions of dollars that you guys spent to do that. But in the end, what you're looking at is that you can make this area viable. It's within your impact area. You're trying to serve it. And Boise's been having to deal with that too. And so they've had to do lift stations to go around obstacles. We'll just call them obstacles. And it's worked in the past. And so we're hoping that ITD is going to be willing to do that so that we can get past this obstacle. And then I believe when this landowner doesn't have the leverage that he currently has, he might start allowing people to get access. But that's kind of difficult. I mean, I look at, you know, you guys not extending us. I still have a development agreement, which is in a contract between the two of us that I build this. And that's the only thing I can do on that ground. Well, we're trying to do that. And right now, the obstacle, we're trying to get around it one way or another. We're not trying to get out of the responsibility of doing it. It's just the other properties around it are also getting more activity. And so maybe we have to go another direction. But for right now, there really isn't any added value for me to come back with not getting a time extension to go back and bring back and resurrect this same preliminary plat and ask you to approve it again. There just isn't any advantage to you, us, or the city. And if I go 2 years, what that helps me do is that your requirement for a time extension coming before you in a hearing, I got to have a neighborhood meeting. I've got to post the site for a time extension. And that just is kind of difficult when I don't know how long it's going to take with ITD.
Yeah. Clint, just if we're okay with Tim doing this, if ITD says it's okay, why are we not willing to say it's okay before he goes to ITD?
Mr. Mayor, that's a really good question. I think we're pretty amenable to doing this if ITD is okay with it.
So why not say okay first and let him take that to ITD? Is it work? Is it money? I'm really.
Yeah.
How do we be helpful to help the project move along so we don't have to have these conversations more than we need to? What's the rationale?
I think there was just some hesitation on the city engineer's part to give a formal approval before ITD approved it, but given the circumstances, I think we're okay with it.
Yeah, and that's, if he's okay with it after they approve it, he should be okay with it before they approve it.
Correct.
So it would be great to at least get that issue off the table. So it's not part of the process. But okay, Councilwoman Schrader.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I kind of had a question for staff. I just kind of wanted to understand the request and like, I'm not opining today on whether a temporary lift station, for example, is an acceptable alternative or not, right? Like, I'm not the person who has expertise to do that. I don't know how long they last. I don't know what that investment looks like, right? I'm not sure what all the factors are that go into this other agency's approval and what the factors are that they need to consider. So all due respect, I'm kind of trying to take some of that noise out. Feels to me like you're just asking for a time extension because you have a regulatory issue with a different agency. You need 2 years because this is taking forever. I'm sympathetic with that, but I don't really want to get into a position of having to opine on like, this is the methodology we should use. I'm also a little bit nervous because there's always 2 sides to every story, right? You're here. I don't know if the property owner to the north is. I guess we'll find out. Considering that, you know, it is a public hearing, so they have a right to be here. I'm a little nervous though about sometimes sewer doesn't get extended because somebody's not ready yet. It's supposed to go to and through. I don't necessarily want city council to have to be in a position of being in a dispute between, you know, 2 different property owners regarding the extension of the sewer. So I kind of just wanted to frame how I'm looking at it. You're just asking for time extension, right? That's how I'm looking at it.
We're asking for a time extension and I'm trying to give you justification for asking for 2 years. I mean, the comments that were made by Commissioner Cavender, Councilman Cavender before the hearing. Well, did they use the same thing when they asked for a 1 year? Yes, we did. And the biggest part of the change is that they changed their mind. The ITD changed their mind. So now they have a new engineer, is what the city engineer told me earlier today, for ITD, and maybe it's going to be a little easier for them to change. The less impact on ITD, which doesn't, I mean, we're not asking to do anything on our neighbor's property. We are really clear that he doesn't want any access. In my discussions with him before he ever got a subdivision approved by you was that he didn't want it to disturb his farming activities. He farms that ground. His house is there. He does not want a line that's out in his farm field that he has to worry about. And so, I mean, we did approach him about that we would put it on the edge of his property where it shouldn't have affected his farm field. But that was his justification. And if he's going to have sewer running through his property, he wants to not be there. So he wants to sell.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just a question for staff. Is there a precedent for giving a 2-year time extension instead of a 1-year time extension? I typically see 1-year time extensions, but is there a precedent for doing that? Is there anything in our code that prohibits us from doing so?
Councilman Strader, Mayor, no, there's no, you can give a 2-year if that is what you choose.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
just a quick cover the bases with legal. Bill, is there any issue that we're dealing with a request for a 1 year and now as we stand here, it's a 2-year? Are there noticing issues or is that something that we can change right here?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of council, it's within your discretion, so that's fine.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavender.
Kent, first, I think, I'm not a big fan of time extensions. I don't like going more than one. I am really sympathetic to the kind of pickle that you have found yourself in. In terms of your engagement with the state on a temporary lift station, assuming the city's in support, what is a timeline before you would get any thumbs up from the state?
I really can't answer that effectively. It could be immediate. and we could move forward and then I really don't need the 2 years. I mean, we're to the point where we've saw cut and done what we've done, that we could really start laying pipe and moving forward. We would have to go through, and a temporary lift station requires approval, and it has to be done. And even though it's temporary, temporary is kind of a tongue-in-cheek word because it could be there 8 years. I mean, that landowner doesn't really have to, and so it's built to be permanent. And realistically, it's basically a big manhole that they use as a storage facility, and then when it gets to a certain point, a pump kicks on and pumps the sewer out. That's what a lift station does. And it lifts it up to a different height, and under pressure, it then dumps into a gravity line. And so there's some mechanics there that take place, and motors and so forth that make that happen.
And Mr. Mayor, real quick, if I may.
Meridian.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Sorry, and hey, Kent, if you would do me a favor, I apologize, since I'm remote, it is sometimes hard to hear you. So if you wouldn't mind just picking a mic and sticking with it, that way I can follow your very eloquent responses, so which I appreciate you providing.
Okay, thank you.
Kent, I want to just give you some perspective on where I'm coming from, and you touched on this, right? You do a time extension request, you've got to do, neighborhood meetings, you've got to post. For the vast majority of our residents, they don't always understand what is being proposed. And I'm always trying to find that right balance of keeping our citizens informed, but often they see a sign and again, that part of town is growing. People may see a sign and feel like that it's an annexation request. And so they come and participate only to find that the things that they wanted to come and testify about aren't necessarily what's up for consideration of the council. So I'm also trying to find that balance, which is why I'm always reluctant to these time extension requests. Kent, do you think a continuance to give you time to work with ITD based on the feedback tonight would get you closer in the next 90 days?
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And if I could come back to his discussion about the time extension, I struggle with time extensions. Your process is different than some of the other cities. Nampa, if you get the first phase in, then the subdivision is called vested, and then you don't have to ask for time extensions. And anytime that codes change where the zoning is different or the construction standards change, then those take place, and developers understand that generally without even asking for a time extension. All those things kick in. So what I have here is that we were required to enter into a development agreement that says this is what I'm building, and the value added of, as Elder Cavanagh talked about, or Councilman Cavanagh talked about.
Take it.
You're definitely not eldered yet, but is the headache to the public about, well, that they could change something, or the headache to everything else. I mean, it's not like they're going to reduce the number of lots or change something because we have a contract that says this is what you're going to build. And so realistically, the only thing is that's expired is the plat. And so everything else is in play. It's just kind of an exercise because we're going to do the exercise. So that's my feeling about it. If we didn't have a development agreement, then it would be a lot different. Maybe we would only have zoning, but we have a development agreement that's real specific, the number of lots, the amount of open space I have to have, and those kind of things. So,
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay.
Thanks.
Or do we have anybody sign up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, no.
Is there anybody present who would like to provide testimony on this item, or either in person or online? We do have someone raising their hand.
Mr. Mayor, Cody Black.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can, if you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Cody Black. My business address is 16155 Northside Desert Street in Nampa. I represent the property owner directly south to Bear Ridge. And I reached out to Kent because we were looking to see what he was doing with his sewer situation because we've had similar issues with getting utilities and services to our site. And I guess I'm just here today to chime in that normally with neighboring developments, we try to work together and see if there's some sort of mutual benefit that we can bring. And, you know, whether it be a temporary lift station that helps services his site and ours or his, or anything to kind of bring more services south to the properties that don't have it and won't probably for a while because of the gatekeeping up north. That's, you know, something that we'd like to do and like to see and, you know, cooperate with, and hopefully the city can be in support of that.
Okay, thank you, Council.
And
Go ahead, sorry,
Oh,
I thought you were
go
done.
ahead. Nope, that's fine. That's pretty much all.
Okay, Council, any questions? Okay, thank you very much, Cody, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anybody else would like to provide testimony on this item? Would the applicant like to make any final comments? Applicant waives. Council, what's your direction?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
there's no further public comment. I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing on TECC 2024-003. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I believe the situation is different for some of the time extensions we normally see. This is due to a changed rule or a changed decision by ITD that's limiting their abilities to develop. I think it was the intent of the city of Meridian when they put that sewer line in, that this part of the city would be able to be developed. And it's leaving this applicant in a position that he can't fulfill that development. He's not trying to change it. I don't think he's trying to delay us because of market conditions. I think he's trying to find a solution so he can begin to build the development that is outlined in his development agreement. And with that said, I would like to move for approval. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number TECC-2024-003 for a 2-year time extension on this application.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have discussion on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, the item is agreed to. Next up is item 4, public hearing for Raising Cane's Council Review, CR 2024-0002. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments.
Mayor,
I'm
members
sorry,
of the,
go ahead.
Mayor, members of the council, before staff gets into their presentation tonight, I just wanted to let everyone know in the room and online, and of course, council, that we were in front of you about a month ago talking about potentially looking at our drive-through standards and addressing some of the concerns that you've seen in the public testimony. I can let you know that that is on the docket. I will be scheduling a UDC focus group meeting here, at least setting up a poll to send out and getting that date scheduled so that we can begin those talks, so that we can have something in front of you here in the near future. So for tonight's application, I know that code isn't in effect today, but we do anticipate having something to present to you in the near future on when we have these types of, maybe even differentiating the different drive-throughs from one another. Don't know what that looks like yet, but at least just want to let you all know. I think you all remember that conversation gave me very clear direction. So I just want you to know that is in progress. Thank you.
Good evening again. So this application is for a council review for an approved conditional use permit for a drive-through. So this is for, this site consists of 1.46 acres of land, zone CG, and is located at 2700 North Eagle Road. So the findings were approved for a conditional use permit on September 19th, 2024 to construct a drive-through restaurant with food and drink services, including an indoor-outdoor seating area. The drive-through restaurant will be approximately 2,862 gross square feet overall. It's 1 story in height with landscaping along the perimeter lines. Again, a conditional use permit is required for drive-throughs within 300 feet of an existing drive-through. The proposed hours of operation that were being requested through the conditional use permit were Sunday through Thursday with a closing time of 1:30 a.m., Friday and Saturday with a closing time of 3:30 a.m., or as restricted through the CUP process. As proposed, both the commission and staff found that the applicant met the requirements for the drive-through establishment based on the specific use standards set in UDC. So conceptual elevations were submitted for the proposed restaurant. The proposed building design has been going through a review through the certificate of zoning compliance and the administrative design review. So we are working on that, and it has been put on hold until after this hearing. The Idaho Transportation Department requested trip generation information to determine what mitigation, if any, the applicant may be required to complete. But then the Transportation Department resubmitted an email stating that no additional mitigation was required as a dedicated right turn lane was constructed with the plat of Sessions Parkway. So Sessions Parkway subdivision was approved with a conceptual plan that was anticipated to use such as drive-throughs. Therefore, the property is well into its entitlement process. So these are pictures of the dedicated right-hand turn lane that were put in for this project. So this diagram is what ITD had stated, that they were closing off some of the existing access points along Eagle Road once this project Sessions Parkway went in. So they removed the access point that is here to this property. And I think this is Copper Canary right here. And then they took away the access points along these properties at Sessions Parkway. So your entrance is here and entrance is here. So these access lanes have already been provided with this subdivision, so they are currently in. So the written testimony, so prior to the Planning Commission meeting, there were no written testimony, but we did receive testimony at the hearing. But the comments were that they were in opposition to the proposed drive-through establishment, stating it would create safety issues along Eagle Road. The applicant stated during high-use hours, they will have the employees with the tablets walking, moving traffic along very quickly and efficiently. The proposal has multiple drive-through lanes open to help speed up the ordering process. The applicant also stated, if needed, Raising Cane does employ off-duty officers who are used for traffic controls, although they do not anticipate that with this location, but they do try to move everyone through efficiently and keep things from being clogged. So this is the proposal. This is a development that is being proposed in this location. So these are the apartments that are there, and this is the hotel. And this is Raising Cane, and then there's a loop, Take 5 that has been submitted here, and then another commercial development along here. So there are a number of ways to get into this development. You have records back here. You have this road that comes through the development that comes out along here. This is another angle. So you have this access road, and then there's another one here. So there are several ways to get into this development. So during the planning commission meeting, they discussed the hours of operation. The applicant stated that they wanted to test the hours to see if they were issues, and if they became an issue, they were willing to revise their hours of operation. So at this time, I will stand for any questions that you guys may have on this.
Thank you, Linda. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
if I can just state for the record that the person that filed the appeal, Perry Coles, him and I had several phone calls and even met on site prior to him filing the appeal. Since the appeal has been filed and it's a recorded public hearing, we have had no contact and discussed this matter until tonight. And I do have a follow-up question for staff.
Okay.
Linda, did you give a number, or is there a number in this plan on how many vehicles are going to be able to stack in the drive-through before it would back up onto the private drive?
So right now, the applicant has a slideshow that will show you how they are going to manage the cars. The drive-through can hold 20 cars, it's double lane. And then they show that it has room to move 8 more cars forward to wait for orders if needed. And then they have another way, it'll show that there's another way to maneuver cars around through their parking lot to come into the drive-through. So I will let the applicant explain that to you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff? Okay, will the applicant like to come forward?
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, thank you for having us. My name is Michael O'Reilly. I'm with Kimley Horn, and my address is 1100 West Idaho Street, Suite 210, Boise, Idaho, 83702. We're here before you tonight to present on the Raising Cane's conditional use permit for a drive-through. From the outset, I would like to mention that we're part of a final platted subdivision, or the northwest parcel of that. All entitlements have been approved, and the only outstanding item for our use is the drive-through, which is why we're here, but we're in compliance with all zoning and other dimensional standards. Also in attendance with me today, part of the development team, is Mr. R.V. Van. He's representing Raising Cane's, and he'll be available to answer any questions you might have as we move through. So since we had the appeal of the planning and zoning decision, we want to tailor this presentation very much toward that. So we're going to focus mostly on traffic and queuing. If you have other questions, please feel free to let me know about the project as a whole. So there were several main grounds for council review that we found when reviewing the applicant's or the appellant's application. And the first one was the safety and mobility on Eagle Road and the adjacent service drives that will be negatively impacted by this project, to the likelihood of backed up drive-through patrons on the service drives in Eagle Road, resulting in residents, visitors, and business patrons unable to access adjacent uses. So that was the claim in the appeal, and we just wanted to take a moment to address some of that. So I'm going to skip ahead to the site plan just to talk you through that real quickly. So this is our site plan, the same one that was submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commission for review. In it, you can see that we are proposing 2 drive-through lanes already with a bypass lane on the north. That bypass lane is designated with the yellow arrow, while the 2 drive-through lanes are the blue arrows. You can see the order boards are set well back from the pickup window, which helps facilitate speedy service time, and that'll come into play later. You can also see that we're honoring a 35-foot landscape buffer on Eagle Road and a 10-foot buffer on the northern access, and that we have well overparked the site. Per code, we only need 7 spaces, but in an intent to make sure that there is enough space for everyone who wants to use the establishment, we've provided 35. So in response to the appeal, we wanted to walk you through a few items as regarding queuing. The first is that the proposed site allows for 45 vehicles to queue on site. I have a diagram that I'll show you on that in a moment. We also want to point out that Raising Cane's average service time for an order is 2 minutes and 28 seconds. And given the site configuration with 15 vehicle spaces between the order board and the window, if you do the math on that, that would allow for about 360 orders in an hour to be served from this site without excessive queuing. This is going to well exceed the total peak hour demand calculated at about 115 trips in the peak hour. So we wouldn't expect excessive queuing. And I'm going to walk you through more of that in the following slides. In addition to that, there's crew members deployed on site with tablets like you've seen at other establishments that efficiently move traffic through. Like I mentioned before, we've included a second drive-through lane for the sake of efficiency. If the level of business warrants it, Raising Cane's often deploys off-duty police officers to control traffic at points of ingress and egress and to manage on-site parking. And if it's warranted, Raising Cane's would install no parking or no loitering signs as needed. So here is the queuing plan that was prepared for the site. This plan has 3 phases. The first is the green phase, which is a business as usual kind of phase, right? So you can see that from the pickup window, which is roughly here, if you can see my mouse, back to the order boards, which are right there. The northern drive-through lane has 8 spaces, 8 cars queued, and the southern one has 7. That's where you get the number of 15 from the order board to the pickup window. In total, phase 1 has 21 cars that could queue, so a substantial amount. In phase 2, if it became busier, there's a space for cars to pull forward, and there's 8 pull-through spots where customers could be served after they pull through to wait for their food. I'd like to point out in this phase, we are not blocking the bypass lane on the pull-through, so that would remain free all the time. And then in what we're calling phase 3, demonstrated in red, there are 16 additional spots for customers to queue through the site in a high demand time, such as at the opening or a different demand time where that would be anticipated. As part of this, we could cone off the entrance on the north of our site. You can see that it's fairly small here, but that's designated right there, and have officers directing traffic through the site. I think you can appreciate that we didn't max this site out on queuing. Even in this exhibit, we left all the drive aisles clear and tried to make it very functional while still showing 45. It could certainly queue more if required. So the city doesn't have a requirement for queuing right now. In conversations that we've had, we've heard that that might change, and we've heard maybe a number of 10 thrown around, but we don't know. But even if they did 20, 30, you can see we have room for 45, which is a large amount. Combined with Raising Cane's speed of service, it allows for a very efficient and high volume site if needed. The second grounds for review that the appellant had was that the traffic was already committed to other developments. So we want just to address this because this traffic has been planned for through an already approved TIS, but we can certainly see the concern if you were not aware of that. And so we wanted to walk through that. So they mentioned a 120 room hotel that's directly to the east of us, part of the Sessions Parkway subdivision. a 340 unit apartment complex, which is also to the east of us, 460 unit apartment complex, which is southeast, and then a pending lot to the south. And they requested that a traffic study be required by a licensed engineer or an internal traffic study be conducted on Eagle. So Kittleson and Associates performed a traffic study. Kittleson is a well-known traffic engineering firm here. They do studies all over the place. So they did one for the Sessions Parkway subdivision, and that was approved back in 2022 and amended with fresh traffic counts in 2023 to make sure that additional mitigation would not be required. We submitted that as part of the public record, and I think it should be in your files. Here I wanted to walk you through just an overall site view of the project and the surrounding area. So you can see just to the east of us, there's the hotel that's mentioned. We'll dig into that in a little bit, but that traffic is planned for in the approved traffic impact study. There's the village apartments further east, and you can see on there, they take their main access off of Records, right here where those two arrows are. And they have some secondary access off of the two access roads north and south of our site. One's there and one's down there. Furthermore, there's the Regency at the River Valley Apartments. That was the other apartment complex that the appellant mentioned. We only found that had 300 units. I don't know where the discrepancy is, but the main point on that is that it has a access onto Records and two full accesses onto East River Valley. Both Records and East River Valley go to a signalized intersection at Records at Ustick and Fairview, and East River Valley at Eagle. So far and away, the easiest way to get out of this Regency at River Valley would be to go to Records or East River Valley, where you could get a full access or get to a signal to get access onto Eagle Road. The cross connectivity to our site, which is right here, is mostly for emergency access so fire doesn't get stuck, and considerations of that. Certainly it's open to the public, but it would not be an efficient way to travel on. Our site here is in this corner, and we are served by those two main access points. And so we want to take a second just to walk through the traffic study history of the area. So the Village Apartments had a TIS performed and accepted by ITD and ACHD back in 2017. It was revised in 2019 and accepted again, and that was part of their improvements, building out some of those access roads and drives onto Records Way. The Sessions Parkway TIS, which would be the development that we're a part of, was prepared and accepted in 2022 by ITD and ACHD. And as I mentioned before, it took into account the 336 unit multifamily development, 23,000 feet of retail, which we'll dig into, but ultimately the hotel replaces the retail. And then two 3,500 square foot fast food restaurants with drive-through lanes. So those were anticipated as well. As far as mitigation, they found that northbound right turn lane should be provided on Eagle, which has been installed. And then furthermore, they updated that traffic study in 2023 with current traffic counts. Here is an excerpt of the trip generation from that traffic impact study. And I will try not to bore you with traffic numbers, but since that's why we're here, we'll just dig into them a bit. One thing I wanted to point out is that shopping center that was contemplated originally has largely been replaced by the hotel. And off to the side, we've provided the estimated traffic for the hotel. That's from a ITE trip generation manual. It's what all the trip generation software uses. And so you can see that the hotel has an estimated max trip generation per day of 921 compared to the shopping center, which had about 2,213 in its box there. And it has a peak hour in the AM of 55 and in the PM of 64, which is less than the AM and the PM of the shopping center before. So that was a reduction in traffic. And from the plan. Then you can also see that there's 2 fast food restaurants here considered for 7,000 square feet total. The square footage is important because that's how you calculate traffic generation. It's as an approximation for how it will generate. So that's for 2 3,500 square foot fast food restaurants with drive-throughs. Ours is only 2,868 square feet, so less than what one of those was considered to be, and as such should generate less traffic. Here is just a diagram showing the northbound right turn lane. So just to show that it's been installed per the TIS that was accepted by ACHD and ITD. We also wanted to address what we thought was the third point for review, which was just to require changes that might lighten or mitigate concerns. For example, additional stacking lanes or overflow. Just to show the site plan again, we've already done a second drive-through lane, as I mentioned, which is one thing that the appellant mentioned he thought we should have to do, as well as the bypass lane. That combined with over parking on site and the ability to queue, we think we really have addressed that concern from the outset. Regarding the staff report, we're in agreement with the conditions there and are willing to comply with all of those. Our next step for this site, should we be approved tonight, would be to pursue certificate of zoning compliance, which we've worked with the city fairly extensively on already and are very close on. We also just want to point out that ITD and ACHD approved the traffic impact site for the overall site and had no comments on this site once we had clarified that item with them. Our request for you tonight would be that the Planning and Zoning Commission's unanimous approval from September 5th, 2024, of which the findings were adopted on September 19th, 2024, would be upheld. At this point, that concludes my presentation, and I would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
Michael, thank you very much. And I need to give me a moment to explain. You're here because your restaurant is highly successful. If this was a drive-through that was not successful or not one that has as many raging fans as you do, which is a good thing, we probably wouldn't be sitting here tonight. We have a situation where we have a balance in our city where we try to make our system efficient to help developers and take some of the process away from being in front of city council. And in this case right here, we approved a land use for a drive-through. And then we lose control of what goes in. Now, part of that was, again, to be efficient, not to constantly have steps in government that slow the process down. But what's happening is we're having some of these drive-throughs now coming in, very, very popular restaurants. We already have a couple in our city. The difference between them and you is they are in a large development that's on private property. So when they get stacking issues that are huge, it affects that private property. It does not go out and affect public roadways where your location could. And that's kind of why you're here today, to answer those questions. I feel responsible for not just your application, but there's a future application or two that are coming and are going to have the same issues as that. I expect you're going to have lines of cars when you first open this establishment for very good reason. Again, you have a history throughout this country where you open your restaurants and people really like what you sell. How will you deal with over 45 vehicles when you open?
Yeah, Councilman Overton, thank you for that question. We certainly appreciate that Cane's is a popular restaurant, maybe not your average drive-through. And so we can appreciate your concern with that. A few items to note is just that Cane's also, they only have one item on the menu, which is just chicken fingers. That's all you can get. So it does allow for that much faster than average service time. And so they can move vehicles through very quickly. You know, regarding a grand opening or something of that nature, which I think we're concerned about here, I'd mentioned two things. One, they will make a grand opening traffic control plan and plan for that. I mean, that's part of that phase 3, if you will, and I'm sure they'll have projections. And if that's required to be more, they'll plan for that. Can certainly understand. I live in the area. You know, I live on Cloverdale and U6, so I know what you're talking about with some of the other establishments, and can certainly appreciate that. One thing that I think was reasonable to consider is how the business operates as usual and not the potential 2 days. Although we need to mitigate that and, you know, be concerned about it. I hear you on that. And I think Canes is very concerned with their impact on the community and their image in the community. This would be the first Raising Canes in Idaho. And I can tell you it's getting a lot of scrutiny from the company in a good way, right? But they don't want bad press, right? And so they're as concerned about that, I think, as you are. As far as a specific plan, I don't have the specific grand opening, you know, 2 or 3 day plan with me now. I do have Mr. RV Van here if he would like to add to it. He is more familiar with the ins and outs of their operation, but would like just to emphasize that this is a company that wants to be here for 20 or 30 years serving the community and doing a good job. And I think the site plan more than accommodates that and keeps traffic from queuing on a regular basis and it being a continual nuisance or anything of that nature. It is hard to plan a site for a burst of excitement, but we would work to mitigate any of those concerns for a day or two.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilman Overton.
As you go through this process of getting prepared, I mean, we haven't built a restaurant yet. But when we get to that point, are you going to be working with any of the local businesses on what they can expect and what your reaction's going to be if your traffic exceeds expectations?
Yeah, and this is where I might call up Mr. Van, if you're okay with that, to just chat about how the Canes operations would work with local businesses. Well, he's coming up, I would say that we are part of an overall development and partnered very closely with the overall developers. And so, you know, there would be continued partnership there. And even with the appellant who's, you know, to the south, right, very impacted by anything that might happen, that there would be collaboration there, I'm confident. But
Michael, that'd be great if he could come up because I'd like to see you guys be successful, but I don't want it to be something that's not making the others successful around you. So that'd be great.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name's Robert Van. I go by RV. I'm with Raising Canes at 6800 Bishop Road, Plano, Texas, 75024. First and foremost, we always want to be a good neighbor. And we understand the concerns here. I'd like to assure you that we're used to dealing with this. We do it all over the country. We would be prepared to bring in staff from other locations that are familiar with this type of issue, as well as what Mike has already said. You know, we're fully willing to hire any off-duty police officers that we would need. The traffic does move through the drive-through lanes quickly. Like Mike said, we're about 2.5 minutes on our service time. We only sell 5 items. And so we always know what people are going to order when they come in. We utilize a camera system on the restaurant that as people start pulling in, we start cooking chicken. They call it dropping bird. And so we're ready. We know that they're either going to buy a 2, 3, 4, 5 piece, you know, maybe 2 or 3 of those. We've kind of got it down to a science and knowing what's going on, but we're ready for those people. There's nothing pre-cooked sitting there waiting for them. And as soon as they order, I mean, that order's getting ready and packed, and it's usually handed to them at the window almost immediately. We've got alternate plans, as you saw there. There's another scheme we feel like we could add to that to get more than 45 cars, but this one would probably be the most efficient. And again, if we needed to, we would shut down whatever entrance into our parcel, and to be able to control and direct that traffic. Like I said, we get it. We understand there's going to be a honeymoon period. There's no way of telling you how long that period's going to be. Sometimes they're a week, sometimes they're 2 or 3 weeks, but I think that it'll, at this location, it shouldn't be that bad. I haven't seen anything that's telling me that. But we're prepared to do whatever we need to do to make the traffic situation flow, get everything settled down. And then if it's needed again to get somebody else out there, we're willing to do that. I mean, and it'll settle down. People get used to the pattern. They'll get used to the entrances that they want to come into and things like that. We don't want any safety issues for neighbors or ourselves. So that's why we employ and put the people out there to manage the traffic until it gets settled down some. We're prepared to do that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thanks. Mr. Van, thanks for joining us tonight. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. Could we go back a slide to the queuing map? That's going to be the basis of my question. And while we're doing that, Mr. Van, I want to commend you. You've done something that has never happened in my entire 11 years on city council. You have my 17-year-old very excited about a city council application. He is a self-professed Caniac, and I had to explain to him about ex parte communication that I could not talk to him about this despite his insistence. So thank you for that. My question, Mr. Van, is when we look at your queuing map, I see kind of what the plan is for queuing within your complex. And while I commend you, your speed of service is faster than the national average. I share Councilmember Overton's concern about the roadway safety element. So help me understand from your perspective, the 46th car that wants to come get some chicken strips, where are they? And where's the 47th and the 48th and the 49th car? Where are they going to be situated?
Well, we believe that we're going to keep people moving through. They're going to be pulling into our parcel, and it's not ever going to be stacked up out there. It would certainly never be stacked up on Eagle Road. I'm guessing, I don't know how people are going to come in, which direction, but if need be, it would be out there on the access road, but it's still not going to be a static situation. It'll be constantly moving.
Okay. I hear that is certainly the intent. Help me understand, what should the city be thinking about, or what action should we take when, to Councilmember Overton's point, you're very successful, and I've got now a stack of cars that are on this access road backing up. Do you shut down access then from the access road to your facility? Do we cite your potential customers for impeding traffic? What should the city be doing?
Well, if we get to the phase 3, if you can see, I don't know if you can see it on there.
Yep.
We are shutting down the northern access point into our property, where they would have to come further south and then come in. And then, as I mentioned, there's another plan that we could stack more cars in the site. I don't have a count, and please don't quote me on this, but I think we would end up getting upwards of 60 vehicles on the site that would be moving around. And like I said, we would have police officers or staff guiding people through. And I don't anticipate that being the case. If it really got crazy, we have a great relationship with the overall developer here. We might be able to see about some other offsite stacking, across the drive and things like that. But that would be, don't kill me for saying this, but that would be like California stuff, because they tend to have a lot of cars, and
Yeah.
I just don't see that happening here.
Well, and Mr. Van, I'll just provide some perspective from what I see on the ground. We've got a national hamburger franchise that's down the street from this location that's been open a year, and our wait times for that location are longer than the one in Boise. I have some familiarity working with Dutch Brothers Coffee, which they shoot for a 1 minute per order. and we have seen vehicles regularly stack up on our roads as a result. I'm less concerned with what I think is pretty impressive, which is your speed of service, and more trying to figure out how we manage the high demand for this product. To your point, it will be the only one that'll be available within our state. And yes, likely less of a problem 15 years from now. But my concern is what should be expect to see from this facility in the next 1 to 3 years. And that's where some of my hesitancy is coming from.
Sure, understood. That's a good concern. But just remember, we only sell 5 things. People are ordering a 2 or 3 or 4 piece chicken box, and that's it. They're not sitting at an order board trying to decide, what they want, if they want, a pita bread or a flatbread or a pizza or chicken, so. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Thank you. This is helpful. So just from just a philosophy standpoint, like I do think it's important to make land use decisions long-term and not about your opening weekend. So that's where I'm coming from. But I do think having a really good plan is really, really important. I'm intrigued by your offsite stacking possibilities within other areas of the development. Has that been fleshed out at all? Where would that be? Do you have any ideas around that?
We haven't flushed that out with Trevor yet, but it's just something that we have done elsewhere. And again, I don't see that happening here, but yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Please don't take this the wrong way. I know you don't see that happening here, but we've just seen it happen, right? Like that's where we're coming from. Like we just saw this happen with a different establishment. So we're a little bit, I'm speaking for we, I should just speak for myself, but I'm a little bit concerned about just a solid plan for your opening. That's where I'm coming from. I just really want to hear that you've flushed it out or that, you know what, when it's full, we're committed to using our traffic control to shut down access and there will be no queuing.
1,000%. But keep in mind, I think I know who you're talking about. Their drive-through lanes go down to single lane. We've got 2 lanes with a bailout that's always open. So we're not funneling cars down to a single lane.
So, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Just like put a fine point on it though, would you be willing to agree with the city of Meridian that if you go over the 45 cars, unless you have a different offsite area for queuing, that you will use your traffic control to shut down the queuing on this access road?
Well, I'd like to go from the 45 to the 65 because that's another plan that we're not showing here. But yes, if we had cars spilling out and interrupting traffic, we would do whatever we needed to do to appease the city and make you guys happy until that problem went away.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Whitlock.
Michael, you mentioned the workers with the tablets coming out. Just from this image here, I see the order boards. Where would the employees be? How far into the queuing do they go? And does that help in some of the stacking?
Councilman, Member Whitlock, thank you for the question. Yeah, the employees with the tablets, like you've probably seen at other establishments, can walk down the queuing line and take the orders well in advance, which helps with wait times, obviously. I mean, if your average service time is about 2.5 minutes, it's really the critical time is when that order is placed, right? And so what I think might need to be emphasized in all the discussion about queuing is actually the rate of service, not the 2.5 minutes, but just the rate that vehicles can be processed through the site, even without the tablets. Like I said, it's about 360 meals an hour or orders an hour if you crunch those numbers. If you go back to the TIS, which, I know the TIS is theoretical, right? But it had a peak demand of 115 for a store of our size. So you're looking at almost 3x what a standard drive-through could do. And that's just in the green, right? That's just the green queuing. So Although the stacking is not the same as we've seen at other locations might be required, I think the speed of service is what keeps the queue from building up, right? And if an establishment has to funnel down to one lane and their order times are longer, you're going to see an exponential ripple, right? Just like if, when you see traffic on the interstate and there's a crash, right? It backs up miles and miles. If those lanes are open, it doesn't back up, right? And so that question, although pertinent, I think we're missing the speed of service and the two-lane aspect of keeping some of that queuing substantially down.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
RV, a quick question for you. Is this sort of vehicle queuing, is this unique to this store, or is this part of your business plan that you've like fleshed this out, you developed it, you know how it's going to flow in terms of your other locations?
Thank you. Certainly, every site's going to be a little bit different depending on the layout of the traffic pattern and how it works. So to answer your question, yes, this is unique to this store, but we almost always have, well, we always have 2 lanes. And where we can, we put in the third bailout lane to keep it going through. One thing to point out a little bit, I guess, is on a normal, I'm just going to say normal operating day, we'll only utilize one of these traffic lanes. As business increases and gets busier, then we'll go to the second traffic lane. And then it's pretty logical as it goes on through these phases, we'll increase things. Mr. Whitlock, to answer your question, most of the time, the people with the tablets are going to be prior to the menu boards. So they'll be getting people's orders prior to them even getting there. So they're not even stopping at the menu boards. They've already placed their order and they're going on through. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Okay. And yours, Mr. Whitlock?
Something that sort of came up. Did you look at any other configurations on this piece of property? Because you turn it 90 degrees, you put the building down in the lower left-hand corner, you can stack.
We went through multiple iterations on this, and part of what we do is operations. We look at not only just the traffic pattern, but what do we need to do to get a trash truck in there? What do we need to do to get our delivery trucks in there? So that's all got to work for us. And so this plan is where we've settled on.
So what were the challenges with, if you looked at a 90-degree turning and putting down the lower left-hand corner where you could stack all the way around the outside edge of your property, what was the fatal flaw?
One concern on that, and it's hard to speak to all of them, Mr. Mayor, is that there will be a user to the south. And so if you push all of your exit traffic out that way, there's more of a concern with the development directly to the south with conflicts there. And so especially during standard operating procedures, with it located in the north, it separates that traffic a bit with our on-site traffic and their on-site traffic, and it would just allow those to operate a little bit more independently.
So I guess I haven't looked at so basically you're saying another business will be bedding up into this area, and that's the part of the challenge?
We don't know who's going to be
Right.
there. And looking at our site plan, obviously everybody wants to be on the hard corner, right? Tucked up in there. If I was a business, whoever's coming down to the south, I would appreciate having some distance between the two, just for some own identity.
You think they'd prefer to have you blocking the road to get to their business, or keep everything on your site? I'm asking a serious question. Which
No,
one
I
do you
know,
think
I
that they would prefer in this case?
Well, keep in mind, there's another, this isn't showing, this is only half of or a little piece of that
Correct.
part. There's a whole nother site and another road down there that I think most people are going to use the northern access road up here anyway to get to us, but I mean, we're not interested in blocking their site, and they're not interested in.
That was my point is, what I've heard is trying to get as much of the traffic onto your property so it doesn't block other people. To be honest with you, I've never heard of Raising Cane's. This is like brand new to me. Didn't know you're that popular, but if you're that popular, being on the hard corner doesn't matter. When Five Guys came to the area, I didn't care that they weren't on a hard corner. I went to them. That was what it was about. So I think it's just about Are you maximizing the property to the best to accommodate, the challenges that are being asked by the community? You mentioned you only need 7 parking spaces. You got a lot of other parking. I don't know if people come in or they drive through, if it's a 50-50 mix, but I just want to make sure you've looked at all other options and they won't work because there's fatal flaws, not because it's your preferred way.
We have, and this has gone through the Raising Cane's corporate real estate team that, approves the site plans. And we feel like this is the best one for us.
Best for you, best for
Well,
others?
for the traffic, for everything, not just us. I mean, yeah, that's what I mean.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if I could add in just a little bit as well. The delivery trucks, Raising Cane's does fresh deliveries every day. And so the delivery truck navigating the site is, critical to it being able to operate. And the further north toward the northern access road, we push our access. It makes that turn unfeasible if we push it much further north, because then a delivery truck would have to be making somewhat of a 180-degree turn in short order. And so we did run a bunch of truck turning templates on this site with different size delivery trucks and all of that, trash trucks and everything. And so that was one of the reasons as well why having those entrances pushed more toward the center of that access road was useful.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Mr. Clerk, who do we have set up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, first is Perry Coles.
You state your name and address for the record, please.
Perry Coles, and I'm the property owner at 2590 North Eagle Road, the Copper Canary Building. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I want to point out just a couple of items here and the reasons why I brought this in front of the council and the mayor.
Harry, just 1 second. Is this a 3-minute or 10-minute?
So, Mr. Mayor, in our code, Mr. Members of Council, in our code, what this hearing is a redo of the hearing that was done previously. So the applicant gets the bulk of the time, and everyone after that gets 3. If you certainly, as the mayor, can.
I just want to make sure that we all understood the time.
Yep.
Element from that standpoint. So
Is there a chance I could extend that 3 minutes? Because I'm the one who made the application and I have quite a bit of
It's up-
information to bring forward.
It's up to the chair, but I'm trying to be consistent with the code, and the code basically treats this as the same level of hearing as it was previously. So that's why everyone else is granted the 3. If there are questions, that will always extend your time. So if there are questions about it, you'll have additional time, but it's up to the chair. Beyond just the questions.
start with 3 minutes and let's see how far we get.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I just want to identify the Unified Development Code, which is your code UDC 11-4-3. And it says a site plan shall be submitted that demonstrates safe pedestrian vehicular access and circulation on the site and between adjacent properties. At a minimum, the plan shall demonstrate compliance with the following standards. Number 1, stacking lanes shall have sufficient capacity to prevent obstruction of driveways, drive aisles, and the public right-of-way by patrons. Could you put on, okay, you have it on there, very good, on our aerial. And you can see by the aerial photo taken over the site that basically once the cars go beyond the existing site that we're talking about, there's nowhere for the cars to stack along except for the right turn lanes, which are the north right turn lane and then the south right turn lane, which is right on just around our particular property. And then once the cars do back up on that street, there's no way to pass them safely. So they'll back up. And the reason we know this is we've seen several people that have stopped their cars. We've seen a lot of construction vehicles park on that street. So we've kind of watched to see how people maneuver around them. And it's really difficult because they can't see past it. And it's dangerous if somebody's coming in the other direction. The road is only 25 feet wide. And that's been my contention from the very beginning when I brought this up in front of planning and zoning. if the road was at least minimally wider, 10 feet or 15 feet, then there could be a stacking lane and it wouldn't affect the traffic coming and going on that particular lane. And of course, on that one same 25-foot wide road, which only extends north-south for those two lots, you have a hotel that's going in too. So you have that also that's going to be on top of that same road. We've also noticed too that with the Regency Apartments, that we're now seeing with the access that was just granted onto that same road area, we've got moving trucks, we've got cars going as fast as 40 miles or more an hour, and they're coming and going. And so that's all coming on there. And they're also moving from those apartments and also the new Village apartments as they're filling up, and they're coming across going into Trader Joe's. So we have natural traffic coming from all these different individual apartments and people as, again, they're starting to fill up. They mentioned that they're willing to manage traffic, but it's all managing traffic on their site. What happens, as several of you council members had mentioned, what happens when it leaves their site? And all you have is this backage road that's a very short road, and our building, our property is right on the edge of that. As you can see, it's right on the edge of that backage road. So, what's going to happen when the cars start backing up and people initially seeing their sign will take the right turn that is the north right turn, and they'll make their way around to the back. Well, once that starts to back up, and it will, and the only reason I feel this way is because I'm very familiar with Raising Cane's, and we had one in our neighborhood, and it was always backed up. The cars were all over the place. And again, we're not against Raising Cane's coming in. We just need a situation where it's going to be safe and for everybody that's, in this same area, who's living, working, and has businesses in the area.
If you can summarize, and I'm sure we'll get into questions.
Okay. They also mentioned, the queuing summary too. In the queuing summary, I noticed that they have a parking lot and they have the drive-throughs that come in, but there are going to be people that are going to be parking in their parking lot. They're going to be coming into the restaurant. And I know, Mayor, you had asked them, what the percentage was. I didn't get an answer for that. I didn't hear an answer. Maybe there was, as to how many people will actually park and go in versus people that'll go through the drive-through. But there will be people in that area. So if they intend to use that parking area to queue more cars, how is that going to be possible when there's going to be parked cars there? Again, just common sense when that was brought up.
I'm going to ask you to conclude, Perry.
Okay.
Any final statement before we turn to questions for council? From you, do you have anything, any final 10-second summary before we go to council for questions?
Okay. Yeah, I had a little bit more, but I guess I'll move to
Mr.
council.
Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
maybe just before Perry concludes, I did have a question if there was anything else he wanted to share with us.
Thank you, Councilman Cavanagh.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Again, I'm reaching out to express my support for a proposal to send the current plans back to planning and zoning regarding the roads leading in and out of the lots just north of my property at 2590 North Eagle Road. My hope is that upon further review, the city of Meridian will determine an outcome that will prioritize the safety of Meridian residents who will be using the roads every day, and will consider how these changes will positively impact the city as a whole as we experience unprecedented growth. These are indeed elements of what makes a city livable, prioritizing safety and the voices of the community over developer dollars. Meridian's zoning code does not currently address the unique impacts of high traffic drive-throughs on our community. As Meridian grows, so does the demands of our roads, neighborhoods, and local businesses. High traffic drive-throughs, particularly popular restaurant chains, are being placed near smaller businesses and residential areas, creating unintended congestion and a safety risk that affect all of us. By differentiating zoning requirements for high traffic drive-throughs from those of lower volume, such as banks, we can make Meridian safer, calmer, and more accessible for all. In this particular instance, we can look at how many are at risk if this issue is not addressed, the employees and the patrons of my own business, over 700 residents in the surrounding apartments and a potential new hotel going in. The travelers staying in the upcoming hotel on a lot that's 25 feet from the drive-through, and all the foot traffic that already exists between Trader Joe's lot and the village. And of course, the patrons of Raising Cane's and the still empty lot next to it. This thoughtful, forward-thinking approach to zoning would help us protect the distinctive character of our neighborhoods and business centers, ensure safer roads, and allow our community to grow in a way that aligns with the values we all share. Safety for our families, success for our businesses, and creating room for a livable city. As residents, parents, and neighbors, we all want Meridian to be a city where families feel safe crossing streets, where local businesses can thrive, where each new step of growth reflects the best interests of those who call this city home. I urge you to support sending this back to zoning and updating the city's code to create a healthier and more harmonious community for everyone. Thank you for your time, consideration, and your dedicating to the city. Thank you.
Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Perry, I have a quick question for you. I'm struggling to understand the concern about safety, and I'm just wondering is your concern safety or is your concern access into your business? Because as I'm looking at the picture here, you obviously just have the one entrance there off the access road.
Correct. It's actually both, because we can only access our entrance to Eagle Road was closed off in favor of this right turn lane. So we have only one access out. So when you have traffic that is making the right turn at our building, which they will do because they'll do it to the north, they'll do it to us, because they're trying to get into the back, the back lot where the restaurant is. And then now, of course, we've heard that you've got supply trucks coming in, and honestly, the turn seems to be better where our right turn is, where our building is. It's wider there. So the trucks probably are going to end up there going in and out. So what happens when my customers try to leave my parking lot, especially my older customers, I have plenty of those. And here comes these big trucks, here comes all these cars, they're going to be afraid to try and pull out of our lot. And I'm really concerned about that. And of course, if there's accidents, there becomes the additional safety issues.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
Perry, thank you for coming tonight. I've stood out on this street with you and looked at it. And what's not obvious to most people as we look at this picture is these are not fully wide ACHD streets.
Yes.
This is a frontage access. And we're taking a picture at something tonight, worried about traffic, knowing full well that the secondary business and the hotel aren't even up and running yet. And we're worried about traffic because of just the first one going in. And when you do make that turn, it's a dedicated right turn lane, both for the frontage that goes directly to your store, and then the next one that goes to the other side of this frontage road that could take you over to Trader Joe's. But it's the only access point across for all of those people in those apartments if they want to get over to any of those other stores. And I don't think we've talked about that enough.
Yes.
That is the only access point since they put that frontage road in.
There's no other access except that 125-foot wide road between the end of our parking lot and the north side of Raising Cane's property. Yes. There's no other access in there. That's it.
Councilman Overton.
Would it be safe to say that since that road's open, we've seen traffic increase as more people are discovering that that road even exists?
Oh, yes. Yes, no question, especially when the apartments are filling up behind where the hotel is going in, and then they opened up access to the Regency apartments to the right. There's a lot of people starting to use that road because they can cut across, instead of going to Records, they just come up that road, cut across, and go right into the Trader Joe's parking lot there. Yes. So they are using it because it's convenient. And there's lots of apartments and a lot of people that we have seen just in the last couple months. Yes.
Thank you, Perry.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Whitlock.
Mr. Coles, can you help me with the current traffic patterns and what you see with your business? As somebody's coming northbound on Eagle, turns right
Mhm.
into your business.
Yes.
Spends lots of money at your store,
Oh, I hope so.
then leaves. How are they leaving? Are they turning right out of your parking lot and going through the apartments? Are they turning left, especially if they need to get back to the freeway and
Back to the Eagle. Uh-huh. Yeah.
they can't cross Eagles? They've got to go up and either do a U-turn or they've got to get through and go to Records and come out on U-Stick.
I'm actually seeing both. People obviously, when they come out of our parking lot, have to go either left or they can go straight. And I would say maybe 60-40. 60% are making the left to go back on Eagle, 40% are going across. Because again, the Trader Joe's development there, I mean, it's very popular. There's a lot of other stores in there that are extremely popular. And so people, they're actually kind of thrilled that they can cut across now, and go that way. But I would say 60-40, 50-50. There's plenty of people trying to use it. And I do see people coming out of the apartments too that are coming and cutting across to go to Trader Joe's. Some are going to Eagle, but actually a lot of them are making the right turn.
And did I hear you correctly then? The frontage road coming off of that dedicated right-hand turn going north on Eagle is 25 feet wide.
Yes.
And your solution is that if it were 10 feet wider, it would provide
Well-
additional opportunity for stacking?
I'd like to see some type of width, sure, so that if we end up with a huge stacking issue here, which is very, very possible. I mean, they're a very successful restaurant chain, that at least they've got somewhere to put the cars. So whether it's 10 feet, 20 feet, I mean, whatever it is right there. What I'd like to see, at least as an option, is that we have that 2-lane road clear all the time. So people can pass north, pass south, and so they can get through there. But the minute there's any type of backup, that ends. And you can't get 2 cars past each other. And the both right turn lanes too are both 25 feet too. So you do have that issue. And I know we calculated on the north right turn lane that the length would accommodate 7 cars before you got to Eagle Road from the edge of their northeast part of their property. So you have 7 cars, you turn the corner, and I don't know, you'll have 3, 4, 5 more cars before you enter their property. And that's all you have. And again, people are going to be smart. They're going to realize there's going to be a backup, and they're going to figure out a smarter way. So they'll make the right turn around our property and try to go in from the south, to the north in the backage road.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Perry, you're a small business owner, so I think you can probably appreciate maybe the question I have. But as city council, we tend to not make decisions based on specific entities, businesses. We deal with land uses and sort of those guiding documents. Not to say that we can or we haven't, but that's not typically what we would do. So do you think it's, though, appropriate that we make decisions based on assumptions of a specific business and things that we've seen in other locations about how it's, customers come and go from other locations? And again, assumptions based on our previous experience. Do you think that's appropriate for us to weigh in?
Well, one of the reasons I brought this in front of council is because I wanted you to have that decision, to have the final decision here as to what you felt was appropriate. And I think is important. And the way this situation occurred, it was final pretty much at planning and zoning, and it was never to come to you. So that's the reason I did this. I wanted to see the council have the final decision. We think you're going to make wise decisions, whatever the decision is. Obviously, you're going to make decisions based on your experience, and I think that's what you're saying. And I think that's very appropriate.
Council, any additional questions? Thank you, Perry.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else sign up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, they didn't check they want to speak, but Ally DeSeelhorst.
Good evening. State your name and address for the record.
Yep, I'm Allie DeSealhorst. I also represent Copper Canary as a co-owner with Perry Coles. I'm at 2590 North Eagle Road. So I'm here as a concerned business owner. I am also not against Raising Cane's. It's a delicious restaurant. But I am concerned with the overflow of traffic, as Perry had mentioned. It'll create onto the streets that can't handle the amount of cars. I've witnessed cars speeding up and down that road, similar to him, that connects the apartments just off Records to Eagle Road, and also connecting to the Trader Joe's lot. The number of cars in the proposed drive-through is very similar to the Chick-fil-A that's just south of us. And if any of you are familiar with that, the Chick-fil-A drive-through is also 2 lanes and it continues to 2 lanes. It backs up onto a very narrow road and then cars get stuck passing because they have nowhere to go. So I see a very similar situation just to the north of us with Raising Cane's that what we already have to the south of us. That's been ongoing for the years that it's been there. So something that was mentioned was the drive time. My personal experience in the past with Raising Cane's has been far more than 2.5 minutes. I actually was looking up this online because I thought that was so fast, wasn't familiar timing to me. So I saw that stat from a 2018 survey, but a more recent survey with drive times that was published online in just October of this year show that it's an average of around 6 minutes. So I'm not quite sure about that discrepancy from 2018 to current, but that sounded more familiar with what my time has been in the past waiting in line. So Mr. Overton, you mentioned that there are other businesses coming up, popular drive-throughs that are coming in behind Raising Cane's. One in particular is In-N-Out that's coming to North Meridian off of 10 Mile in Chinden. I happen to be a resident of the community that sits just across the street and behind. And in our community, we have a very similar situation to being a business owner of Copper Canary, in that we're also concerned with the amount of traffic, safety, pedestrians. That is something that Perry had mentioned, was also that the pedestrians that are going to be walking from the hotel, from all the apartments, because why would they drive from right there to the new restaurant? They would just walk. So kind of all the above, similar reasons to that In-N-Out coming in from a business perspective and a concerned resident perspective. So I'm here because I want the city council to have a final say regarding the high traffic drive-throughs. With the current code not differentiating, like Perry mentioned, the ATM drive-throughs versus a high traffic restaurant drive-through. The goal is that moving forward, hopefully it's safer. The amount of cars in one situation versus the amount of cars in another is so massive. So our goal is that for everybody to be safer, that road somehow be widened to accommodate the amount of cars that'll be driving. And with the current infrastructure, it doesn't make a lot of sense to us.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions? All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Alicia Eastman. Alicia, did you mean to sign on this or a future hearing? Gotcha. Thank you.
Is that everybody who signed up? Okay. Is there anybody present who would like to provide testimony on this item? If you're online, use the raise your hand feature. If you're here, if you would come forward. Good evening. State your name and address for the record.
Trevor Gosser, 74 East, 500 South, Suite 200 in Bountiful, Utah. I am part of the development group of the Sessions Parkway subdivision, and I hear the concerns that the Copper Canary has. They've talked a lot about safety and how fast people are driving through there. We could go in and put speed bumps in there to calm driving down so people aren't speeding as fast. We'd also work with Raising Cane's to figure out a way to queue the drive-through if it ever does come out onto the access drive. And we would work hard to facilitate that. A question I'd like to ask though is, Mr. Mayor, had you heard of In-N-Out before they came to Meridian?
Yes.
In-N-Out's been in the Western United States for a long time. Everybody, it was the same thing in Utah. Everybody was waiting and waiting for In-N-Out to come to Utah. The same thing happened, obviously, here in Idaho. Raising Cane's just entered into Utah, and the traffic is completely different than an In-N-Out. And I would say the same thing is going to happen in Idaho. Yes, they're going to be a successful business, but it is not going to be In-N-Out's traffic that everybody wanted an In-N-Out here forever. Some people have heard of Raising Cane's for sure, but it is nothing like In-N-Out. And as soon as In-N-Out opened up their other location, that traffic is calming over there at the mall location. I feel like these guys have come up with a great plan. It's a great use. And, you know, like I said, we will work with them to figure out the queuing if it goes out onto the access drive.
Mr. Mayor.
Can I follow up real quick since he asked me a question about something? Have you heard of Chick-fil-A?
Yes.
Have you been to the one right there on Eagle Road and seen all the problems that exist with that drive-through? It's been here for 10 years. It stacks, it backs up into all the other businesses in the area. Now, there's no access road, but there's a drive aisle that it's impacted consistently in that area due to the amount of ongoing demand for the product. So I don't think it's about the initial opening or anything else. It's if you got a successful place, you know, I think we've seen, and Councilman McCavner mentioned it, you know, we haven't done a good job with, what's that coffee place, Councilman McCavner? I don't drink coffee either, so I don't.
Dutch Brothers
Dutch
Coffee.
Brothers. We haven't done a good job in the city in a lot of ways with some of these, and we've seen them queue out onto roads, very common throughout our community. You know, you run a promotion, there it goes, you know, sometimes it is just normal. So I think that's what this council is, you know, really weighing on, and that's why they've talked about these issues is we see it, we feel it, you know, In-N-Out did a great job of keeping people out of the roads. I'm not gonna say how the other businesses liked it or didn't like it, but that's what we're really trying to address is how do you really address this ongoing need that or challenge that could occur?
Sure.
Okay, Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. You said we will work with them to figure out the queuing. Like, what does that look like?
We'd have to get our traffic engineer involved to give us a queuing diagram. We could have something come out. I'd have to ask Andy to come up and give us an idea of how we would do that. But Andy, can you come up and just
Mr. Mayor, council members, Andy Delyden, Kittleson and Associates, Senior Principal Engineer, address 101 South Capitol Boulevard, Suite 600, Boise, Idaho, 83702. In terms of, we would work, you know, if asked to work with Raising Cane's and their traffic engineer and their operations group to figure out a plan that can accommodate excess queuing off the site and how that works in terms of the adjacent uses, both the future hotel, the property Gateway Marketplace to the north, and then Copper Canary as well, to make sure that there's adequate queuing on site. There are additional internal roads once you get out of their site where you could do some creative options to be able to provide some stacking to accommodate that over, you know, when there is excess queuing if needed. It would just be a matter of having that discussion further and anticipating that for those excess moments, you know, grand openings, and yeah, if it sustains, being able to work so that that queue is managed.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I really think to me, it's like, we just need a really good plan. I think if, you know, for the opening, and then I think beyond that, if somehow that were to be sustained, yeah, just kind of a longer term plan, but at this point, it's 25-foot road. You got the hotel, right? I guess where I'm going with it is, at this point, can that road be widened? You know, and maybe it's a question for legal. Could the city council, even at this point in this hearing, compel a change to the overall development like that? Because this is super unusual. Right. I mean, and that's kind of where I'm going with this is like, to me, the best outcome that comes from this is creating a really great plan. Like, I think that makes sense. I'd love to hear a really great plan. I'd love for the applicant to work with the police department and come up with a good plan that we can all feel good about. But again, I really struggle with making a land use decision based on a high volume that's expected initially for a business. I just don't think that's appropriate. And no one's convinced me that Raising Cane's will perpetually have like such traffic on site that it's going to continuously cause an issue. I don't know. I'm just not. But anyway, so, okay, and you control the other parcels, correct? At this development? Sorry, I'm looking at this gentleman here.
They are, we are working with other tenants at this time. Yes, the hotel group they've come in through, they've gotten their CUP, they've gotten their building permit, they're ready to go. There's a parcel to the south that we've worked with, and they have a use that's coming in, and they have other plans, but we're under contract with all three properties right now.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
And just like to be more specific, how does the timing work with this opening and those parcels? Do you have like one of these lots available for like an overflow queue or something? I just want to understand what you're
The hotel
proposing.
will take a while to construct, and so there could be possibility queuing on that site. Plus the drive, that's just north of the hotel. That's one of the secondary accesses to the apartment complex, could also be facilitated as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else who would like to provide testimony on this item? Then will the applicant please come forward to close?
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, thanks for letting me back up here again. Just wanted to reply to a couple of the questions and issues brought up by the appellant. First of all, I just kind of want to maybe reframe our conversation. So this is a fully entitled piece of property. It has approved preliminary and final plat. Final plat has been recorded, a development agreement, and the zoning is all in place. So I think some of the conversation is getting a little bit outside the scope of the current hearing, which is basically a CUP for the drive-through, which obviously the traffic is a part of. But as far as conversations on road widenings, adding accesses, things of that nature, like I said, it's an already entitled piece of property, and us as a single parcel don't have control over that, nor is it in the purview really of this hearing. So I just wanted to state that on the outset, just that we don't have control over the rest of that, and it's already been approved by the city and meets dimensional standards for the drive widths and things of that nature. I hear Councilwoman Schrader, your concern, and appreciate it, about the main concern seems to be high traffic events such as the grand opening. We would be prepared to accept as a condition of approval that we would need to coordinate with city staff and the police department a grand opening traffic control plan and queuing plan that was acceptable. And that is something that we would do anyways. So we'd be very happy to accept that, and I think that would mitigate a lot of the real concern about, a disastrous couple of days. Outside of that, I do think the site we've put forward is one that should function appropriately under given conditions. Mr. Mayor, you mentioned the Chick-fil-A down the way, one I'm very familiar with, as my children like to go there all the time. But One item that differentiates our site from the Chick-fil-A is that our traffic is all separated out from the other uses. As you pull into the Chick-fil-A drive-through, you have several other uses off to the side with traffic trying to make turns to those businesses. And then as you come out, you're doing a hairpin 180-degree turn with all of the mall traffic. I think one thing that this site does a lot better is controls all of our traffic and funnels everything in the drive-through on our site. And so you would just have the 2 access points, which are at 90 degrees, which is very different from the Chick-fil-A, which would help the site to function well. So the other item that the appellant mentioned was just a concern over the delivery trucks and how those impact the site. The deliveries are very early in the morning. And so I just wanted to maybe reassure everyone on that would happen before the Canes or the Copper Canary stores open. And so that shouldn't be an issue there. But yes, I just wanted to offer that condition of approval, and I would stand for any other questions on that.
Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you. Councilman Taylor.
Just a quick question. You mentioned you'd be okay with a condition of approval. Would you also be open to developing with your, I don't want to call it development partners, but
Yeah.
the gentleman that spoke before of having a plan for managing offsite traffic queuing, assuming that, let's say you got cars 46, 47 and beyond, would you be open to presenting a plan that would be acceptable to city staff as part of that condition of approval?
Yeah, we would be, Councilman Taylor, we would be open to that. I think that would be part of that whole plan is showing, up to whatever city staff and the police department agreed was a reasonable amount of queuing, and working with the overall development team to show where that queuing might go and how traffic might progress for the grand opening event.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Curious, can you remind me what is the length of your drive-through, the queuing area? From I guess maybe where the order boards are, or where the Cane's employees would be with their iPads, to where they pick up the food. What is the distance?
I'm trying to remember that offhand. I know that we had 7 cars between the pickup window and the order board, and I believe about 3 or 4 cars behind. So that would be roughly 200 feet at a little bit over 20 feet a car.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, just real quick, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, boss, but when I do a quick measurement of the distance of the Chick-fil-A, it's 250 feet. So I just want to be upfront. I appreciate your offer for conditions of a traffic management plan. I'm supportive of that, as long as you understand that plan would not involve any queuing whatsoever on the access road. And that plan would take into account not just your grand opening, but what are peak times. And I recall, again, this conversation as we were visiting at Cane's this summer on a road trip with my son, is that, quote unquote, Caniacs plan to visit the location outside of regular hours because they don't want to wait in the drive-through for so long. So to me, it's less about the short-term problem is your grand opening, but I'm thinking about a Wednesday, a year and a half from now at noon, where it's likely we're going to see stacking out on this access road. I give you an opportunity to respond.
Councilman Kavanagh, thank you for that question. I think the condition could be such that the applicant would have to work with city staff and the police department to satisfy the condition. And the city staff could enforce that it's not on the access road, as you mentioned there. It's hard for me to speak to the Chick-fil-A link to make sure everything's apples to apples and all that, up here at this moment. But I do think, like I pointed out earlier, that the site is more self-contained than the Chick-fil-A site and will function a lot better as such.
I'm gonna make another pitch to you. Tell me why it won't work.
Yes,
You got two access points right there. Why can't you close the first the one to the north? Extend the queuing lanes all the way down. It'll give you 10 to 12 more stacks right there. You lose some parking, but you contain more on the property. If you ever, you can still implement the same design you have if you ever want to go bigger. Why doesn't that work?
Mr. Mayor, I think that would work. One of the goals of this queuing plan was to show a queuing plan that would function with the site fully operational. You can see we left open all of the drive aisles. In hindsight, that may have been a mistake, and we should have just maxed out for like what a grand opening would be, where perhaps the drive-through would be more prioritized, right? If I wanted to just fully maximize queuing on the site, we could queue a lot more cars here. What we were endeavoring to show was I think a very high use time with the site still functioning quite normally. But if that northern entrance was fully coned off and you queued, you could snake through the site and queue a good amount of cars. And that is all something we could look at with city staff under that condition, is how we maximize on-site queuing and then potentially utilize some off-site queuing as well.
Yeah, I would guess you would get about 30 to 35 if you extended 2 queue lanes down to that other location in that fashion for most of your time. But hey, I don't know if that's enough. I have no idea. So, not a caniac.
I appreciate that though. Thank you.
Council, additional questions or comments for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council, here's what I know. Councilman Cavanagh would like us to take a break. He's got some stuff he's got to take care of. No, sorry, Council. We could do that now if you need a few minutes to process. Or he's fine to keep going until we finish this one out. But I just didn't know where your heads were, if you were ready to close and move forward or not. And I should say, we all need to take a break, but I know he's got some issues that he needs to take care of.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
totally respect the group's decision. I think I'm ready to move forward in at least having a discussion.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I am happy to sort of kick it off. I think I sort of explained where I was coming from. I recognize there are some issues around the potential for a very successful drive-through here, and I really believe it's in the scheme of the timelines we look at for our city. I sort of think of the city in like 50-year increments, like long time periods. I don't like to make development and land use decisions based on somebody's opening weekend or even what their first year would be like. I don't think that that's appropriate. I think we should create, I think a condition to have the applicant coordinate a traffic control plan with the city police department and planning staff makes a lot of sense. And that, managing offsite queuing should be a part of that, and that we should just be clear, no queuing is allowed on the access road, and we'll be using traffic enforcement if needed. But I'm really hoping that like a solid plan could be created. I just think there's a real danger in making land use decisions based on shorter time periods. That's kind of the principle that I'm kind of coming back to. So that's just where my head's at, and that's what I think we should do. It's not legal or appropriate, I think, at this time for us to require changes, substantive changes to the overall development, like widening the road. We don't actually have the legal ability to do that at this point. A lot of decisions have been made, and unfortunately or fortunately, as a city, we don't make decisions based on individual businesses. And I think it's important that we keep the totality of the facts in mind and create a mitigation plan, but I don't think it should it should actually change our land use decision-making, generally speaking. There are certainly certain types of businesses that we have very strong feelings about, different types of vices, things like that, where we may, have a little more input, but I think our code generally accounts for that. So that's where I'm coming from, just to share kind of how I'm looking at it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
to kind of keep it going, I think the word that keeps coming to my mind tonight is assumptions. We're making some assumptions about the business activities of an entity that has entitled the land and has the ability to move forward. And I think sometimes we can make wrong assumptions, and I would use Copper Canary. It used to be a Chinese restaurant. There's no way when I saw that it was under construction and being renovated, I never would have thought a beautiful facility like you have now would be there, but my assumptions were wrong. You have a fantastic, beautiful, high-end, just a very lovely facility there. Speaking of assumptions, I left Disneyland with my kids late at night, and the only place open was Raising Cane's. And I pulled in, and I saw a big line, and my wife said, "Put it in reverse. Let's get out of here because we're going to be stuck in this line forever." So I did. And I got stuck somewhere else in a line, and I saw everybody go through Raising Cane's fairly quickly. I regretted it. I've seen the facility down in South Jordan. The opening weekend, traffic spilled out onto the road, onto the access road. So I think these are all very legitimate concerns. Last time I was down there, my kids made me take them down there late at night. There was a big line, but it moved through quickly. So I think as to what Councilman Strader said, I think we shouldn't make decisions based on some assumptions we have about how a business may or may not operate, how customers may or may not interact with that, how they might flow to and from the business. I think we should look at, what is the land use? Is it appropriate? Is it not appropriate for what we have? As I look at it, they followed what we've asked them to. We're being asked to use our sort of subjective opinions and bring our own thoughts and past experiences into making a decision here. But I think I really worry about bringing my own opinions into some of these things because I want to make sure that I can be consistent over time. I think as a council, we should look at, is this appropriate for what we have identified is appropriate land use? Are they following UDC? I'm not convinced that this is a safety issue. I think the plan works. I think it makes sense. I'm open to any conditional any kind of specific plans to be agreed upon. I think that's fine. But I'm probably open to approving this. I think it works. It may be inconvenient at times, but I think it's not within our purview to punish a business because we think it may operate a certain way.
Can I ask the concept of closing down the one access and extending I look at it as is it better to have 12 potential stacked or 6 parking spaces? Which, granted, if people want to come inside and there's no parking, then they may try to park on the road to begin with. But I think the human nature is if those lines are already filled, I'm talking about normal day, I'm not talking just normal, they're going to try to access, they're not going to follow this queue line unless they have people to go out there. And I don't know when that, what staff member's job is to go out there and reroute traffic while they're trying to serve people. So I guess that would be my question. From your perspective, more on-site in that version or the parking?
Yeah, I think if the applicant is okay with closing that northern one and having more queuing on site, I think that makes a lot of sense. If you look, these facilities are small. And again, I'm making an assumption about a business, but you've seen them, they're a small footprint. They're designed to get people through a drive-through, not to come in and sit down for a long period of time. These are designed to move traffic through. So my opinion, right, I think that's fine if the applicant's okay with that. I have no problem with that.
Okay, I was just curious, so.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Whitlock.
I would just chime in. I mean, I heard from the applicant that they'd be willing to entertain that. And I think they are amenable to a mitigation plan for those high volume events, grand opening, specials. And it may come to a point where that's a temporary closure during an opening. It may, by coning it off, it may be that they want to permanently do that and add those additional slots for stacking and queuing. But I heard that they were amenable to a condition of working with our staff to find some mitigation plan that works moving forward. So I was pleased to hear that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I kind of heard the same thing that Councilmember Whitlock did, which I appreciate. I think that that's the right approach. And, you know, Councilmember Taylor makes a really important point and something this council's done a really good job at, of not being subjective, and not punishing a business because they're successful. However, we do have some good lessons learned in this city about drive-throughs or approvals that maybe upon build out, if we had a second shot at it, we probably would have done things differently. And so I'm certainly trying to take this from a place of learning from maybe past decisions that upon reflection, we wish we would have done a little bit different. So I'm largely supportive of the applicant working with staff and police on a mitigation plan. My only real concern about that is the enforcement mechanism. So again, I think Raising Cane's has been proven to be a good neighbor. They want to be successful. They want to be perceived as a good neighbor in our community. So it's not always necessarily about the applicant. It's more about that precedent and what happens if they choose not to follow their own subjected to mitigation plan because they don't have staff or there's another, you know, outlying circumstance. How do we make sure that our community understands that the consistency will remain?
I don't know if this is and I know public hearing is still open. I don't know if this is a question, but one of the things that was mentioned was speed bumps on the access road. I know our fire department may or may not like those, but this is not a public road. I assume it's a private road, and they can make that determination if they want to, correct? They want to put in speed bumps on this, that there's nothing that they need from the city or ACHD sign off. And I say that in the context of like, that may be the best long-term that everyone wants for however, because it is, you know, it's supposed to be pretty much a drive aisle. You know, council chose not to have the drive aisle continue through Copper Canary and close off that access because it wasn't going to extend down through. That was kind of the intention all the way through, but you get into the next development up and you do have some speed mitigation devices through the parking lot, which is an extension of this drive aisle. So I just want to throw that out there for people's concept to say it may be also part of the things that can help no matter what the queuing is in this area or whatever the plan is. We probably want to have people driving relatively slow through this access point, either for people walking over or for people trying to access a successful business. But I'm not saying it needs to be a part of it. Anything I'm missing? Okay, Chief. You know you don't like him, but
Mr. Mayor, sorry, there I am. No, it's when you talk about speed tables or speed bumps or anything like that, especially in these areas where traffic is slow or intended to be slow naturally, we don't have an issue or have a concern. It's when it's on the main thoroughfares and large roads like Records or something where you would try and slow down, not a connecting road or a side road, but actually those main thoroughfares. We would prefer not to have speed tables or speed bumps.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
I hate to ruin the theme, but I'm not convinced. I think one of the reasons this is here is because we're facing a very successful restaurant that I really want to welcome to our city. But it's sitting on the busiest road in the entire state in a city that's in the middle of this valley that gets traffic from all the surrounding cities that come to our restaurant row on Eagle Road. Even looking at the map and them not knowing when business is going to be busy or business is going to be slow, not necessarily having the staffing to react to when all of a sudden everybody decides to go there. I think we're going to have blockage issues on that access road with vehicles coming from the north and vehicles coming from the south. And the more I look at this map, I think we're going to have significant blockage. I do believe that it's going to be as bad as even backing up to Eagle Road when they have a grand opening. But at a minimum, they're going to be facing blocking that access road. And that's going to impact the other businesses. That access road, I remember when we approved this project, wasn't designed to be a stacking road. It was designed to be an access road from these businesses up to the businesses in the corner of Eagle and Ustick. And I think this business is going to be terribly successful. And I think this is predictable and it's preventable, and I can't support it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I'm going to try to make a motion, maybe see like where we're at as a group. Open to leaving the public hearing open or closing it, depending on if we think we need.
To do the motion, you got to close it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right. So let's close the public hearing, please, Mr. Mayor. This item.
I have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
trying to make a motion, see where it goes. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number CR 2024-0002 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date, with the following modifications that we would require the coordination between the Raising Cane's group and city staff and the developer that owns the surrounding property, along with our police department, to create a traffic control plan for times of high traffic, including the grand opening and any other times where there is anticipated to be a lot of demand for Raising Cane's, and that that plan would include managing off-site queuing. No queuing will occur or be allowed on the access road, and we would encourage the developer that owns the various parcels to put speed bumps in place on the access road if that is feasible.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. So nothing on the eliminating one of their,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I view that as an action that could take place as part of the traffic control plan. Currently, the applicant is demonstrating a ability to temporarily close that access and an intention to have a uniformed off-duty police officer to manage that. If they think there's a better way of doing this, I'm open to it. I'm also mindful of emergency access and some of those things. So I think those details would need to be worked out with city staff. That's kind of how I'm viewing that.
Is there discussion on the motion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I appreciate the motion. I don't think I'm gonna be in support of it. I think a specific motion that calls for closing one of those accesses to extend the queuing. And then the other piece that I still remain concerned about is somewhat of the subjective nature of this motion. What we may view is a lot of cars may be different than what the applicant views as a lot of cars, which the neighbors may view as a lot of cars. I worry too that this plan would be reactionary. So when it hits a certain point, then we've got to do something, as opposed to a proactive plan that would forecast this is what we would do during, they know when their peak times are. And so I'm reluctant to be supportive of the motion because of I think some of the complexities that come from being a little bit more arbitrary that I'd be comfortable with.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I'd like to understand that concern. I'm viewing this as the operational plan that would apply to the grand opening and any other foreseeable events that, or the applicant thinks that the traffic would exceed their ability to manage it on site. I don't know how else we would do it though. And I'm open to all ideas. I don't know how else we would craft a motion because we have very narrow, to me, we have very narrow legal scope here to even review the decision that was already made on it. And maybe that's just me, but.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
just in discussion, I think what we're actually just should be focused on is we wish it was a bigger, more holistic global decision we had about the property. I don't think that it's within our purview right now. From where we are with the project, what we're doing, I feel like we are limited in what we cannot do. And I think the motion that Councilwoman Strader made does a pretty good job at trying to say, let's make the most of what we really are allowed to do under the current circumstances. So I think, it's a good faith effort. I think the applicant is doing a good job to say, yes, they're open to still tweaking and accommodating to the best of their ability. Nobody wants to be adversarial here in terms of the properties that are adjacent to each other. Everyone's trying to find the best way forward. I think given where we are in the process, to me, it seems like we are at a good point where the applicant is saying, we're open to working with the city, the police, and our neighboring folks to come up with a plan to mitigate the impacts of traffic. So to me, I think it's, again, we're going to have a longer discussion later on as a city about how we want to handle that. We've clearly got some challenges, but that's in the future. This is in front of us today. So I think we have to consider what's in front of us today when we're thinking about how we're going to vote on this.
Question for Linda, Bill. Whatever develops to the south of this, it's going to have cross access. Okay, there's not going to be a wall right there between these two properties, or would there be? So the question about secondary access into this parcel, I assume it would have to have a through access to the adjacent property.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, Linda had a exhibit we put together for you so we can show you how it pieced together, but we do have a pending application on that southern lot. It's happening. It's staff level approval. So yes, there will be, there will
be additional access if one was closed. Is that correct? To the parcel?
Yes, they will be sharing the driveway with the Raising Cane's, I think, if that's your question.
That will be the only access into the entire space.
To the south, yes. As it's currently presented, correct.
Okay.
And that's why I would think Raising Cane's would want to keep that northern access for just site circulation. I like the approach of temporary closure, but in the long term, it may make sense to keep that northern one open for truck circulation, as they mentioned, but also for just, again, if things are just normal operating at their normal peak times and they only need to function with one drive-through lane as they testified, then that makes some sense to let people get in and out of there as well. And that's, staff did analyze all of these concerns you're bringing up tonight. Linda and I talked about it when we were formulating our recommendation on the drive-through. I had the same concerns. Can we narrow the landscape buffers, have some more queuing on that road? And all of it just seems to be, we're just creating more conflicts where we may not want to do that. So like you said, it's a slippery slope. You don't want to make that assumption. We try not to make those assumptions either. We look at code, and if the project meets the code, we recommend that that we approve it. And commission heard the testimony and they acted appropriately well. They didn't see anything that was testified at that hearing. They felt the applicant had mitigated those concerns, and that's why they recommended approval of the drive-through.
Additional comments on the motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Neri.
Mr. Mayor, just remember, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Strader, I just wanted to clarify, and I think you said it, I just want to make sure on the record. You include in your motion speed mitigation on the drive aisle. And I think the applicant testified they don't have any control over the drive aisle. So I think your motion was simply they need to work and coordinate with the property owner. And so it's not a mandate that they have to have it, but they need to work with them to do some type of mitigation with them. Is that what you intended?
Mr. Mayor, Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Because I recognize that they didn't own the road, so I
Just wanted
didn't
that
see how I could legally compel that. And, you
Yep.
know, I love conditions, don't get me wrong.
No,
I do love them, but I just I don't see it.
I read it, I heard it that way. I just want to make sure on the record that was clear.
Council, additional questions, comments or on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh,
No.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor,
Aye.
Overton,
No.
Strader,
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
4 ayes, 2 nays, the item is agreed to. Okay. Thank you very much. With that, we're going to take a 10-minute, well, actually, we're going to do 15. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock. right, are we, Mr. Johnson, are we good to go? Okay, we'll go ahead and come back from recess. And I'm going to turn this over to Councilwoman Schrader real quick.
Mr. Mayor, in light of the hour and the amount of public testimony that we expect on item 6, it sounds like, which is the Rolling Hill project, I think we'd like to swap item 5 and item 6. So item 5 would become the public hearing for Rolling Hill 2023-0070, and then the Gateway at 10 Mile would become the new item 6.
So with that, we will go up and open public hearing H 2023-0070 for Rolling Hill by JD Planning Consulting. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Next item on the agenda is the Rolling Hill application. It's a request for annexation and a conditional use permit. The site consists of 5.89 acres of land, currently zoned R1 in Ada County, and it's located on the northeast corner of South Rolling Hill Drive and East Overland Road. As you can see in the graphic in front of you, you can see that the annexation property, the property that's proposed to be annexed consists of 6 or 5 parcels. And you can see here that one is it wraps around an existing parcel that will remain in the county, which will be some of the topic of discussion this evening. So the future land use map for this particular property is designated mixed use regional, which typically with that land, I think you heard some discussion earlier during the public forum about the rollout of our new mixed use standards. This particular project was actually submitted prior to those changes going into effect. So this project was analyzed under the old mixed-use regional standards, not the new current ones that we have in place. With that being said, though, it's still important to note that whenever we have a property within a mixed-use designation, the property owner should try to make the attempt to show how this project integrates with the overall surrounding area. And that's what they've tried to do with the plan here. I would also let the Mayor and council know that this project does come to you with a recommendation for denial from Planning and Zoning Commission. Unique challenges with this site. Again, the applicants, what's unique about this particular project is there's actually 2 vertically integrated buildings and 1 multifamily building. So because they are requesting a CG zoning district, the vertically integrated becomes a principally permitted use, and the multifamily is why we're having a conditional use on the 1 building here. So on the site plan that was submitted, this is the 1 multi-family building that requires the conditional use permit. The 2 other buildings are those vertically integrated structure that will consist of about 20,000 square feet of commercial on the ground floor. As I mentioned to you, or at least during the discussion during the Planning and Zoning Commission, the reason why they felt this wasn't the right time for this particular project was the fact that we have an enclave that is surrounded by the particular development. And then also to the east is a piece that's in Ada County as well, owned by another developer. And then we have our master street map that we get approved by ACHD to have a collector road that runs through the site to be extended. So there's a lot of moving pieces here that although staff did recommend approval, the commission felt that it wasn't quite right unless the other property in the middle of this piece and the adjacent property to the east were to come in at the same time. Also, the elevations themselves are 4-story in height, and everything around this particular property on this side of the road are single-family rural residential properties in the county currently. Although they do have the same comprehensive plan designation, at some point in the future, they may convert to something else. We don't know. But right now, they are single-family homes surrounding this development. And that's what a lot of the public testimony during the Planning and Zoning Commission was geared around. And as part of those mixed-use regional standards, the applicant is to show how this property is to integrate with the surrounding development. So you can see here, they've done that for the enclave. So this is their best guess at, hey, if we surround this with multifamily, good chances are this could either be another vertically integrated building or another multifamily building on that street. We also mentioned also put in the staff report that there's quite a few multifamily units already in this particular area. So we posed that question in our staff report to both you and the commission is, do we feel the area is oversaturated with the multifamily market currently? I believe the staff report called out there was 790 apartments in this area, excluding these that the applicant are proposing. And then you can see here to the east, all you see is the extension of the future Collector Street, which leaves in question if that road is built in its current location. You can see here that there will be almost 40 feet of strips of land in between this development and the future Collector Road and may not be developed other than open space, which is not a bad thing necessarily, but again, the plan doesn't take that into account. And what does that place on the property owner to the east? Because we don't know how they intend to develop. So that was some of the impetus of why the Planning and Zoning Commission said, maybe we should wait and see if other developers want to come in and develop this at the same time. Because this is a multifamily, again, I should mention there are existing structures on the site that will be removed with the development of the site. You can see here, the main access to this property will come in from Rolling Hills Drive, which is actually a local street. This does meet ACHD's requirements, and then as part of ACHD's staff report, the applicant has to build out the street frontage because they abut this right away along their north boundary. They have to improve that street to their north as part of a collector street because of the master street standards, and they're coming in with development. So we are getting access there to that road, and then also those street frontage improvements per the master street map. And then cross access is also being provided to the out parcel for additional connectivity in the future. This one, again, the reason why this is also unique is open space requirements. So for vertically integrated projects, there are no requirements for open space or amenities. However, since this is one integrated development, we are requiring that we did analyze this and included the vertically integrated into the open space calculations with the multifamily project because this is annexation. And the applicant is proposing approximately 1.47 acres of open space, which is slightly under the multifamily requirements. However, because it's kind of a hybrid development, staff was comfortable with what the applicant was proposing, not only with the amenities, but also with the open space. You can see here the applicant is required to put in street frontage improvements along East Overland Road, which they are planning on doing, which is a 10-foot multi-use pathway. And you can see with the enclave, I think it was their intent to try to work with that property owner to get those improvements put in. But if that does not happen, then we do get a gap. I think there's an existing sidewalk there, so it's not actually a gap. It's just you won't have the 10-foot multi-use pathway along that frontage. Amenities include swimming pool, fitness center, again, the multi-use pathway. There's also another pathway planned along the creek, although this plan shows a 5-foot pathway. It's actually a 10-foot multi-use pathway that will run along the creek, which is a protected waterway, and it will remain open. I guess it's a canal, so they are going to pipe this, if I remember correctly. Applicant did provide some elevations on the site as well. So you can see here, again, this was some of the concern discussed by the Planning and Zoning Commission as to the height. They are 4-story structures, but the applicants tried to have a brownstone theme, so a lot of brick and stucco on it, along with some metal accents. Testifying in favor during the Planning and Zoning Commission was Wade Thomas, who was the planner on the applicant for the application. Many of the surrounding neighbors were there testifying in opposition just due to the compatibility with the surrounding development. So really key issues of discussion on roadway traffic, as you constantly hear, density, lack of transition between this project and the county residents. And then commission, their key topics of discussion included.
Bill, can you get into the mic?
Oh, yes. So with the Planning and Zoning Commission, their topics were they felt it lacked integration with the surrounding developments, as I mentioned, that enclave and the property to the east. Again, with already 760 units in the area, is there a need for more in the vicinity right now? Again, they didn't feel like the timing was right. Annexation of this property is right at this time. And so therefore, they reversed staff's recommendation for approval, and they recommended denial. So essentially, really no outstanding issues for city council this evening. And then again, since the Planning and Zoning Commission, I know I've talked with several of the residents, they called and asked, why are we doing this again? Planning and Zoning Commission had denied the project, but I explained to them that that is the process. Annexations require that the council be the decision-making body on the application this evening. And that is why we're redoing this again and having another public hearing. I'd also mentioned to the council that the applicant did post the site with the public hearing signs in accordance with the city requirements, but some of the residents had reached out to the city and informed us that some of the signs were knocked down a couple of times throughout as they transitioned from the commission to council. So they felt that the hearing shouldn't be conducted at night because they didn't feel they got adequate notice. But again, staff got the appropriate posting information from the applicant that they actually, in fact, did meet the requirements for the posting. It's unfortunate that either the signs blew over or somebody actually knocked over the signs. We're not going to speculate on that, but certainly it is a concern. But again, they've met all the requirements for you to take action on this application tonight. Again, Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending denial, and I conclude my presentation and stand for any questions you have.
Thank you, Bill. And council, just for disclosure, I won't be participating in this one. I will facilitate the conversation, but due to my relationship with the property owner, I won't be commenting or voting if there was a tie at the end of this, so you will be on your own. So with that, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Our comprehensive plan has a ton of stuff about transition to surrounding neighborhoods. I'm surprised that staff recommended approval because of this county enclave right in the middle of the development and the height. Is there something particularly compelling about the application? Did staff feel like there were mitigations to those concerns? I just wanted to get a better flavor, just not that there's any one right answer, it's all a little bit subjective, but I was just sort of surprised.
Mayor, members of the council, certainly happy to provide some context. So we did meet with the development before they even submitted their application, or at least it was in process, and we were hesitant to move it forward because we weren't sure where, first of all, the main concern for us was just the integration with the location of the collector roadway was one of the bigger topics of discussion we had with the applicant, because we didn't want to create that no man's land between the roadway and their property. We again, the intent behind mixed use is to integrate, and we don't see that integrating. But we had a series of meetings, and we were like, if you, integration under the comprehensive plan can happen in two ways. It can be through step down in heights of buildings, or it can happen through roadways and or open space. This particular plan has that green belt with the pathway and then a road and then the single family residence. So in our minds, that was the transition. It did transition because of that separation, and the buildings were farther away towards and geared towards Overland. So that's where we reluctantly recommended approval. It's really was lukewarm by staff. We felt like if they could meet these minimum things, address the road, show us a concept plan for the enclave, that we could potentially support this project. And they got over the hump with staff, and yes, we said we can support you moving forward. And that's why we laid it out in the staff report we did and said, we want the commission and council to weigh in on this too, and to see if you find that it's consistent, because again, we could have gone either way on this one for certain. We are very upfront with the applicant that we would more than likely lean towards a denial, but because they were willing to work with us and make some of these changes and add that vertically integrated component and not make it all multifamily, that we were able to say, yes, we can go forward with a recommendation.
Thank you.
A positive recommendation.
That's very helpful. Thanks.
Council, additional questions for staff? Then would the applicant like to come forward?
You'll have to stay on me with the mic. I'll probably move too much.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
While you guys are getting that loaded up, I forgot the second half of my public service announcement, which is Historically, the city council doesn't often go past 10 PM. We do sometimes if we feel like we're getting toward a decision. It would be kind of unlikely for us to hear a brand new application after 10 PM. And the reason for that is we have just found through our experience that if we start making decisions at like 11 PM, we start making crappy decisions. Sorry, excuse my French, but so I just kind of wanted to convey that. Hopefully we'll get through everything tonight, but that is something that could occur. We may have to continue the last application. Hopefully we'll get through this one. Hopefully we'll get through all of them, but just mentioning that.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Wade Thomas on behalf of the applicant. My address is 12,300 West Fireweed Street in Star, Idaho. I think Bill kind of covered the most salient points. I'm not going to go into all the technical specifics of the project. At the outset, I did want to say, though, that the project does have staff approval. We spent months working on this project directly with staff to ensure it complies with the comp plan and code. Despite P&Z's recommending denial, which is going to be the bulk of my presentation, we were complimented for the thoughtful design of the project on numerous occasions during the hearing, which is sometimes rare. P&Z's recommendation for denial was tied to 4 key items noted in the staff report, which are the same items staff has noted should be considered by you when approving this project. They are: 1, the county enclave parcel; 2, is adding more multifamily units in this area excessive and necessary? 3, does the proposed development lack smooth transition to the surrounding areas? And 4, is the timing of this project appropriate? Let's get into it. The oddity of this project, as Bill discussed, is the middle parcel that is not part of this project. And to be candid, one that we spent a significant amount of time designing around and discussing with staff. While I'm confident this parcel will be included in the project at some point, it is currently not included. To understand the potential of this parcel, we put together a possible layout. We were able to provide an additional 32 units in one building, as well as to provide adequate parking for those units. Again, however, this parcel is not included in our application, but we do think it'll be a nice phase 2 as we develop the project out. Staff ultimately approved this project without inclusion of this property, and I think that's important. However, the question remains, should the project be delayed until that parcel can be included in the overall project? If the answer is yes, how are we to include a parcel with an owner that doesn't want to participate? I don't think the city would recommend condemnation or a taking. Our project should be assessed on its own merits, as staff has done. If every project was delayed for the perfect project, then I'm not sure if any projects would be approved at all. You should also consider the impact of denying this project because the parcel is not included. It raises significant property rights issues, as well as sets the precedence that landowners can hold the city hostage on future developments by simply not participating. My dad always says, sometimes we have to make decisions on what we know right now. And today, what we know is that staff approved the project without that parcel, and we agree with staff that the viability of this project should not hinge on the inclusion of this parcel. The second item, the staff report stated that P&Z should assess, quote, with approximately 760 multifamily units already within the vicinity, commission and council should evaluate whether the city necessitates additional multifamily housing in this area. The comp plan provides guidance and the metrics to determine what's appropriate within a designated mixed-use area. In our case, our project is located within a mixed-use regional area. In this slide, the mixed-use regional area is the entire area in brown, with our project being the orange area on the eastern edge of the designated area. The mixed-use regional designation provides that as council assesses any given application, it should consider those projects in the context of the requirements for the entire designated area. The comp plan provides the appropriate mixes for the entire area, not just the properties immediately surrounding a proposed project site. In this case, the comp plan states, in reviewing the development application, the city will, and I want to emphasize the word will, consider the following items in the MUR areas. Residential uses are expected to comprise between 10% to 30% of the development area, with gross densities ranging from 6 to 40 units per acre. The comp plan, with the involvement and approval of council, has already been subjected to rigorous planning process and establishes what's appropriate for this entire designated area. Additionally, while council needs to assess the projects on its own merits and ensure it follows code, it also has to balance the vision and the requirements established for mixed-use areas in the comp plan. This particular mixed-use regional designated area consists of approximately 687 acres. Within the overall area, there are 3 currently zoned residential projects marked in orange on the map, which equals approximately 55 acres or about 8% of the overall area. There are a couple of true zoned commercial properties, but they are all residential uses. Those areas add another 26.39 acres or another 3.8%. Combined, those areas make up 81.9 acres or 11.9%. If you add our project of 6.9 acres, which I took that from what's on the documents, it's actually 5.89, but for our purposes, we'll use that number here. The total increases to 88.8 acres or 12.9%. Our project represents an increase of only 1% of the allocated amounts of residential projects. However, our project is also mixed use and includes a commercial component as well, which is not considered in that calculation. The total is at the low end of the 10 to 30% prescribed by the comp plan. Again, this area underwent extensive planning, and it was determined that it should be mixed-use regional area. Following the comp plan, then, residential uses are expected to comprise between 10 to 30% of the overall development area. The proposed project is in line with the comp plan, even with the surrounding multifamily projects. In summary, the answer to the question as to whether adding multifamily units is appropriate is simply yes. P&Z didn't follow the comp plan or any other information for that matter to support its conclusion. Lastly, our project is also vertically integrated, meaning that it's not just residential. It also provides over 20,000 square feet of commercial space. While some of this project is residential, P&Z appears to have been dismissive of the fact that our project is one of the few projects in the area that is vertically integrated, providing both residential and commercial amenities to the community and the neighborhood. P&Z's determination also focused on this notion of seamless integration with the middle parcel, the vacant property to the east, and to the surrounding area. To address this issue, we need to look at this project and the surrounding area on a micro level and on a macro level. At the micro level, the project provides for smooth transition to the immediately surrounding properties. The comp plan's holistic design standards provides all mixed-use projects should be accessible to adjacent neighborhoods by both automotive and alternative vehicular transportation opportunities. Pedestrian circulation must be convenient and interconnect different land use types. We did that by designing numerous paths in and through our project, providing connections to the surrounding property, as you can see in the pedestrian circulation plan. We also provided circulation to the future second phase. This parcel is completely accessible to our project, as is the vacant parcel to the east. At a micro level, our mixed-use project is accessible to adjacent properties and neighborhoods by conveniently interconnecting different land use types. At a macro level, another P&Z concern is that the project somehow isolates itself. Starting in 2018, all of these projects were determined to be seamlessly integrated by the city. Yet they effectively create a wall between them and the county parcels. There is only one access point from the surrounding projects to the neighborhood, which consists of a road with bollards cutting off Rolling Hill Drive, effectively providing foot traffic onto roads into the subdivision. We believe our project integrates much better than those projects. We provided 3 vehicular access points with several pedestrian access points to the surrounding properties. Next, if P&Z's decision was really based on the physical size of our project and the proximity to the surrounding homes, we would like to bring your attention to these existing projects, which are also directly adjacent to the same single-family homes. At the end of Rolling Hill Drive is this 4-story residential multifamily project directly adjacent to the homes. These projects, a 5-story hotel and a 5-story commercial building, are also located next to the homes in the subdivision. These projects meet the defined mixed-use regional standards in the comp plan, yet their proximity to the surrounding areas are no different than ours, and they were considered integrated by the City Council. With regard to seamless integration, how is it that all of these projects were seamlessly integrated with some of the same parcels, but now ours isn't? Again, P&Z provided no guidance on this issue, but all you need to do is look at these surrounding projects. If those comply with the comp plan and are seamlessly integrated to the surrounding parcels, then you can only decide that ours is too. Deciding otherwise amounts to making an arbitrary and capricious decision. My kids love this slide. As mentioned earlier, P&Z also raised a question as to whether this is the right timing for the project. I was surprised, and I'll be candid, confused by P&Z's conclusion that now is not the time for this project. Namely because P&Z failed to use or provide any relevant information in support of making such a determination. It places both of us in a position of disproving a negative. To address this issue, we need to consider the growth that has occurred in this particular area, as well as the specific history surrounding the plat for the Rolling Hill subdivision. As the slide states, the answer lies in the past. Prior to 2016, except for a few commercial buildings near Overland Road, this subarea consisted primarily of single-family homes and farmland. In fact, I remember taking my kids to the homestead and walking through the creepy blow-up lizard when they first opened that. But that has changed. Starting in 2016, council approved a commercial project directly adjacent to our project on Rolling Hill Drive. Then various multifamily commercial projects were approved directly adjacent to the existing family homes. Projects were approved in 2018, 2019, 2020, 22, 24. This area is no longer a rural farming community. However, all of those approvals do follow the prescribed vision of what a transition to mixed use should look like. The transition has been happening for over the last 6 to 8 years, and our project is another step in that process. But it's hard to fathom how all of those surrounding developments were appropriate from a timing perspective, but somehow the timing of our project is being questioned, yet nothing has changed. Nothing in the comp plan, and nothing in the future land use map. We are providing a project that staff has approved and complies with code and the comp plan. If the timing was appropriate for those projects, then it also is appropriate for ours. Another critical piece of history that you should consider is tied to the Rolling Hill subdivision plat. Our parcels are part of that plat, highlighted here in red. As part of the plat, the subdivision was subject to certain restrictive covenants, one of which limited the subdivision to only single-family dwelling houses, which applied to every lot in the plat. Then in 2005, something interesting happened. The restrictive covenants were amended. Specifically, the amendment states that as a result of the substantial change in conditions in the area surrounding Rolling Hill subdivision, certain lots were released from the restrictive covenants. All of the lots south of 5 Mile Creek were released, which includes the parcels in this project. The substantial changes that were happening in that area in 2005 were likely frozen in time following the Great Recession that started in '08. But those same positive conditions have rematerialized again over the last 6 to 8 years. And I would argue that after last night's election, they will continue. However, what's most important though is that there was a conscious and deliberate decision made by those homeowners that our lot should be able to develop into something other than single-family homes, an opportunity for them to realize their property's highest and best use. In addition to removing our lots from the restrictive covenants in 2008, I'd like to request more time. I'm almost done.
If you please conclude.
Okay. I'll go off the script here. So what's important about this is that this plat was vacated. There were 12 lots, which is 30% of this plat was vacated for 2 commercial buildings that sit on the Rolling Hill projects or on the old plat. I think it's imperative that if you're going to look at these things and talk about whether or not the timing is correct, just this slide right here, the growth has come. You've approved 10 plats since 2018 that were for growth. This is in the mixed use area. The other thing that's important is there was this conscious decision that these lots should be developed into something different than single family homes. The neighbors agreed to that. And I think that that's really important in conjunction with the vacating of that plat as to what the future of this project is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council, questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
maybe just a clarification that I think would be helpful. And it's okay if you don't have a handy bill, but would you mind running us through the comprehensive plan amendment that we did regarding transitions in 2024 from mixed use projects? I'll have to find that if you don't have it handy, but just the issue of transition has come up a lot for us, and that's part of why I recommended a change to our comprehensive plan that requires a height disparity of no more than 1 story to surrounding residential areas. So I just wondered if you could kind of walk us through why you feel like you're meeting the transition requirements in the comprehensive plan. I know you do have a road that's your buffer to the surrounding properties, but this is a pretty significant height disparity.
Well, I think that one of the things is we filed our application in 2023, which would have been before the amendment. So I think we're grandfathered under the old. Notwithstanding that, I mean, I think there is a natural barrier there with that road. If you take into account that that's going to be a collective road, I agree with staff, that creates a huge buffer. And it's almost kind of like comparing what's on the north side of Overland to what's on the south side of Overland. That's now a 5-lane road. It's almost night and day, really.
Just to provide you with some feedback, and yeah, I'm just one person up here that you're going to hear feedback from everybody, right? But just some feedback from my end, even before we get into public testimony, just because, you know, I want to respect your time. This is an annexation, and annexations, the city has a lot more discretion in terms of it being in our best interest or not what we approve. I have a very high bar for annexations, and to me, having a county enclave in the middle of a project like this is a non-starter. I am also concerned about the transition with the surrounding residential single-family homes. This, to me, should have never gotten to this point, if I'm being honest. I'm just trying to give you, just be direct. That's how I'm looking at this.
If I could have an opportunity to respond to that, I think with regards to the county enclave though, then what are the standards? Because essentially you look at Owyhee High School, let's take that. That was all farmland.
Have you seen have you seen there's a cartoon for kids called Big City Greens?
Yes.
One of my kids' favorite cartoons, and the cartoon is based on a farm being surrounded by high rises in the middle of a city. And I just think it's common sense that that is not in our best interest, particularly because it's surrounded on all 3 sides, right? I mean, that to me makes it a more intensive example of where transition is critical. And
But I think the adverse is the same. You look at actually this, that essentially created a county enclave. So how do you reconcile that? I mean, that's essentially with the growth that wraps around where the current residential homes, that is a county enclave by.
Mr. Mayor.
Administrator.
Yeah, I don't want to get into a debate except for to say, just so you understand where I'm coming from, like, this county enclave has existed since before our comprehensive plan. And at least on the time that I've been on council, we have tried incredibly, incredibly hard to be respectful of our neighbors, even when they're in the county. And we, went through a lot with creating our comprehensive plan, but we don't force people to annex into the city. And at least in the time that I've been here, this all pre-exists even our comprehensive plan. And so when you talk about grandfathering things in, you talk about being respectful of existing conditions. Like, to me, that's part of how this happens. So hopefully that provides you some insight, but I think it would be unproductive to continue to debate. So
Agreed.
we'll move on.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
Yeah, I'm kind of, really appreciate you kind of walking us through the history, and I appreciate you kind of doing a little bit of research into the covenants and stuff. Can you just speak to, like, in terms of as you're approaching this, it just seems odd to have this enclave just right in the middle of a project. What makes you, and I understand at some point you just got to say, are we going to do this or not? If the person's not willing to sell, I get it. But my experience in my limited time has been when you have these little odd shaped things, it sometimes makes for really awkward, challenging, come back. I understand that you could, if at some future point, the person who owns that piece of property could sell to you and you could develop it as it is, but what if you don't? So why do you think you want to move ahead with this big, enclave right in the middle of your property? What makes you think that it's a good time to move ahead with it?
Well, like I said, you have to make decisions on what you know today. And that's what I know today. I feel highly confident that it will be part of our project. I can't say that with 100% certainty, but we are engaged with that owner. We have been from the beginning and have become re-engaged with them. So I think it's going to make a great phase two. Notwithstanding that, if you look at the design, that's kind of why there's the big parking lot between that parcel and the vacant parcel to the east. So we really focused on, and we spent a lot of time trying to design, how can you have a functional apartment complex with that enclave? And I think we came up with the best answer we could. I mean, I think we're overparked by something like 40 or 50 parking spaces. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that's helpful.
Great. Thank you, Councilman Taylor.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Yeah, I want to kind of maybe stay on the similar theme as Councilmember Taylor, because when I hear highly confident that this will be a part of this, then again, I'm not that bright, but my default falls to, then why not wait until that all pieces together so you can bring a fully realized plan without the enclave to the planning department, to the planning and zoning commission, to the council. Help me understand what is preventing you from waiting to be able to have something that is not without this enclave piece.
Well, what's keeping us from waiting is a number of things. I think we did provide a fully designed project with what we have. The reality of it is we have a unique opportunity that brought 4 different property owners together, which, to be honest, was very difficult, and we were probably somewhat lucky. Would have been nice to have 5, but we only got 4. And to be candid, the clock's ticking on that. So we don't have forever. We don't have the time. I think that again, you just have to work with what you have, and that's kind of what we have. Ideally, it would have been nice to have that project in, but we also have 4 homeowners that are looking to get the highest and best use of their property. And so
Yeah.
we designed a project accordingly.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
and I'm sorry to press you. I guess I didn't feel like that you answered the question. Is it that if you don't get the 5th, you're going to lose others along the way, and so that you're basically bringing your best shot? I mean, that's kind of what I heard. I didn't want to put words in your mouth.
I think that's a fair characterization.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Mayor, one additional question.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Just a follow-up. I think the ACHD staff report has Overland listed as better than E. there's a lot of room for improvement along Overland to get us better than E. But the next place that I think we're headed to is F. So help me understand how your project helps to contribute to relieving traffic congestions on an already overtaxed thoroughfare.
Oh, I'm not sure we do relieve it. Obviously, we'll be adding traffic with adding 154 units. But I think what's important to note is that Overland is slated to be turned into 7 lanes.
Yeah.
And so I think over time, ITD will solve the issue of elevating that to a level D, hopefully a level C.
Yeah. Okay.
At the same time, that's not, right now, I don't think that's in the 5-year plan.
No. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Clerk, who do we have signed up?
Mr. Mayor, first is Mike Blowers.
Good evening.
Evening. My name is Mike Blowers. I'm at, sorry, I got cold sitting down, 1325 Rolling Hill Drive. Most of the points have been hit on very well, so there's a couple of clarifications I just want to make. There's actually three properties required to do this collector street. There's one north of the property that sat available for purchase for about $150,000 for 40 days. Homeowner just bought it. They plan on building on it. The reason why I think that's important, I have family in Movado subdivision. And there's been numerous talks about a stoplight to gain access. And I know you don't want to hear about traffic, but you just went through a presentation that showed all the growth. And if there's one location you need to talk about a traffic light, it would be here. And if you recall from what are the apartments behind us, Top Golf Apartments, part of that was no future developments on the road would be made until the homes were annexed and purchased by the city or a developer, and they dead end into that road. One of the things I wanted to focus on is the integration part. It talks a lot about this as if it's on an island, but it's effectively connecting itself to those apartments. There's 500 apartments right next to our houses. They are dead-ended. They will undoubtedly be walking and driving and parking along this road and going to the amenities up at Topgolf. We have no streetlights. We have no sidewalks. I believe this talks about doing that for this specific section of property, but we got random people walking around on the street at night. We don't know if they're in the neighborhood or not. At what point does that become, an important topic to talk about? And then again, going back to this traffic portion, it is already rolling the dice if you want to get east out of this property. So for those future apartment people, the nearest grocery store is east of this property. The nearest gas station is east of this property. You're rolling the dice coming out of here, sharing an exit with 300 apartments directly across the street, and then 450 homes, which are Movado, which are also south of there. So I don't know at what point that actually does become an issue, but we feel like the integration portion hasn't been done with our houses. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, next is Amy Waddles.
My name is Amy Waddles. My address is 1360 Rolling Hill Drive. My comments today really are more of a history lesson. As residents on Rolling Hill, we're all in awe that we're even at this point because the city has already ruled there would be no improvements on our road. That was with the Top Golf development that came out of that. And so the fact that this application was even entertained with all of these improvements coming up Rolling Hill is a contradiction. It feels like it anyway. And it feels like the residents, any concerns that were shared, and we were validated for that, but then here we are again. Well, okay, but this time we're going to try it this way. Comments from city council in the past were that maybe you guys got it wrong. Development started back on the interstate, and the idea should have been to start on Overland and build back, but that's not what happened. And my understanding at the last city council hearing was the next development would come forward towards Overland to eliminate all of these issues, to eliminate the traffic issues. As far as, we're dealing with the consequences of the developments, and our solution with Top Golf was to close our road off, and that's worked well. I mean, they can exist there, they can have their traffic, and we can continue to live where we are. The problem with this development is it impacts every aspect of our lives. We've got horses, we've got neighbors with horse trailers, I have pigs and goats. We're adding this traffic on to a rural road trying to access Overland that now will only allow right in or right out. It just feels so ill-conceived. And truthfully, it's just frustrating that we have to keep coming back and repeating and having these history lessons of what previous decisions have been. Decisions have been made. I would hope that you guys would honor those decisions and reject this proposal.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
as one of the newest council members, I appreciate some of the history there, but could you just take a minute and tell me, I didn't quite track what you meant by when Top Golf came in, there were certain agreements made, or I don't know if promises is the right word, but can you just clarify a little bit more what you meant by that?
What I meant by that is the whole development went back there on the interstate, and they proposed to use Rolling Hill Drive as one of the exits. ECHD, I believe it was, did not approve that access, so that shut that down.
There's no access on Rolling Hill Road right now.
From Top Golf, we can only access Rolling Hill. So that's how that piece happened. When he was showing the pictures of the 4-story apartments and all of that, that's back on the interstate. And I would like to add that none of the neighbors were aware that that hearing had happened. And that 4-story kind of got, truthfully, it feels like it got snuck by us because we weren't there to object. There's no other 4-story apartments in that whole area. And the examples of the hotel and the businesses, those are far over on the Eagle Road end.
Thank you.
If I could add too, we have irrigation and we have wells that run down Rolling Hill Drive. So with that Top Golf development, one of the impacts that happened is one resident completely lost her irrigation. Fortunately, BVA was willing to work with her. It took quite a long time for her to get water. I don't even know if her irrigation continues to work. We've got wells there. We've got all kinds of things that, as we're talking about, these improvements, you're impacting a lot of areas.
Thank you. We're good.
Okay, sorry. I'm ready for bed.
Mr. Mayor, Alicia Eastman.
I'm Alicia Eastman, and I live at 1485 Rolling Hill Drive. I am lot 3 over, and my property borders the ditch. So this is going to be directly across from me. I don't feel like it's integrated at all to have a 4-story building directly across the street. The street's not very wide. There's no curbs, gutters. It was in a planning and zoning and the city council meeting in December of, I think, 22, that we were told that there was not going to be any improvements to the streets until all our houses were gone. And so for me, if you do any improvement to the street, you're going to take out my well and my neighbors too, along the other side on the youth circle. So if you're taking out our wells, who's going to drill it? Because even one neighbor over on Overland had to annex recently to the city of Meridian because his well went dry. And he couldn't get anybody to drill it. They said that they were backed up for 3 years. So that he ended up annexing. So who's going to drill my well? Are you going to move it? And or why would I annex to the city if my house is going to be gone? And then my neighbors also brought up the same issues that I have. You know, there's no lights. It's a dark street. You're going to add housing that's really not necessary. Yes, there's all this housing at the end by Topgolf at the end of right by the freeway, and they use the Silverstone to go up and down. But all those units aren't even populated yet. And then we have the Silver Ridge apartments right across in Overland. And I'm telling you, there's time after time, everybody's trying to get into that center turn lane, like maybe 5 o'clock in the afternoon or early in the morning where there's traffic. There's people coming for 3 directions, almost wrecking a lot. So there's housing, plenty of housing there right now. So it's when he talked about not being the right time, okay, maybe all the houses are going to be gone and there's going to be different things. But to have a 4-story building right across from me, that's not integrated. And yes, we still are a rural area on our street there, that area, and the Jewel subdivision behind us also. You know, people still have cows and chickens and pigs and horses and goats. And 36 years ago, I bought that property because it was rural. And we bought it from my in-laws. And so I've been in that house, you know, with family since 1973. And I'm not quite ready to leave yet. Eventually, yes, we're going to have, we've been told that that's all going to change. I'm for progress. We're not ready to go yet. And this is not the time to do it. The project just doesn't seem right now. Thank you.
Okay. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you. You're good.
That was everyone that signed up in advance.
Okay. Is there anybody else who would like to provide testimony on this item at this time? If you would just please come forward. And if there's others that want to speak, come sit up in the front row. And if there's anybody online, please use the raise your hand feature.
Michael Chase, I'm at 4077 East Silver King Lane, Meridian. I haven't heard the applicant talk about the impact on traffic, and that's one of the things I'm concerned with. Last night, just going out to vote, there was a serious accident right out there between Silverstone and Movado Way. We're trying to get out of that Movado, and we can't. You can't take a left, you can't take a right. The traffic is just unacceptable. It's not safe, and I'm concerned that adding this project is only going to make it even more difficult and unsafe for us to get out of our neighborhoods. I have a little report here of the accidents that have occurred in our area since I think this was made in 2020. And since then, you can imagine all the projects that have come on the Overland stretch and how dangerous and how impact that has had on Overland itself. I can give you this if you would like.
You'd like to give it to the clerk?
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Chris Mayoka, 4160 Eastview Circle, Meridian, Idaho. Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you. We live right across the street from the proposed apartments. I've been at all these meetings. We moved in 7 years ago. I've been to probably 5 or 6 of these. Amy said last time, BVA was going to build Topgolf, but they brought a humility and they brought a communication that this builder isn't. I think you heard it in his last statement. I've got 4 owners that want to get the most money possible for their properties, and we're going to go. It's go time. We were at the last planning and zoning meeting, and planning and zoning was like Council Strader, like, why are you bringing this to us? This is this just doesn't seem right. And even the plan had so many caveats. It doesn't seem to honor this in the code or this. So we're just all really confused why this is before you right now, but we know it has to be. And I do want to reiterate that ACHD was clear that we have to, and they always use the language, we have to get these houses out of here, but these are our homes. Those are my kids. They grew up on that street. You know, my son has 30 ducks and 4 African geese and chickens. So I know it's transitioning, but I think what we're seeing tonight is just maybe the darker side of development. I do think you're seeing that, and I appreciate it. I appreciate how the city planning and zoning over the last 5 years has really stood up for us. We have no power, we have no voice, we have no political influence. So I thank you. I hope you'll do the right decision tonight. I think you will. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council, any questions? You're good.
Good evening. Oh, my name is Robin Mayoka, 4160 East View Circle. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I come to you as a mom of 4 kids. That's my husband who just spoke. And 2 of my children are of driving ages. So I'm going to be very redundant with traffic and safety right now. I think it was just 2 days ago, my son turning out into Overland with that middle lane almost had a head-on collision because of that, because of the tight traffic, the heavy traffic. And then also we witnessed crashes, and these aren't just fender benders, these are cars being totaled between coming out of Rolling Hills and Overland to Eagle right there along Zamzows. There's accidents, I can almost say every single week. My kitchen window faces out, so I get to see a view of Overland Street itself. It is a parking lot from about 3 to 6 p.m. So many times I say, this is so sad. My son has to go to baseball practice at Mountain View. He has to leave 20 minutes before it's 1 mile away. Enough on traffic. The integration of this project is, as a homeowner, seems very disrespectful to us homeowners. What is being proposed is a 4-story apartment complex at the end of my driveway. And again, I have 4 children. I'm going to have windows of multiple people able to stare down into my yard. It just doesn't make sense. And like my husband said, I hope you make the right decision here, because we continuously come here, and we do. I feel disrespected as a homeowner. I feel like we don't have a choice. And that's scary, because we work here, we raise our kids here. We moved here for this reason. We love Meridian, but I feel like it's losing its heart for people like us, and we're being pushed out. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cameron, I think we're gonna have a question
Yeah,
for you.
Mrs. Mayoka would answer maybe a quick question. I apologize. You already got back to your seat, and I've got a question for you.
She was spry. You're good.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Mayoka, thanks for your testimony tonight. You touched on something that at least will maybe give me some help and some clarification. Typically with annexation request, we get a letter from West Ada that talks about, you know, where a development will send its students. You touched on that. It sounds like your son goes to Mountain View. You've got 4 kids. It's awesome that they're here and you're here. Would you mind letting council know what schools are associated with where you live? It will help give me a good understanding about, if this development was approved, where it would send the students.
Yeah, no problem. Actually, my son who goes to Mountain View for baseball is actually homeschooled at this time.
Okay.
And my other two children go to Cole Valley Christian, so we are not in the city
The West Ada.
or
Okay.
district.
Not a problem. Well, great school. Nevertheless, I appreciate your testimony here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
To answer the question, Mr. Kavanaugh, I think it's Pepper Ridge, Mountain View, and Lewis and Clark in this
Thanks.
area.
Mr. Mayor, the West Ada site, it couldn't tell if it was Centennial or Mountain View, so I appreciate your clarification.
Oh, it's Centennial. Okay. Mr. Clerk, who's next? Or sorry, we know when we're not there. Is there anybody else who'd like to come provide testimony on this item? Then will the applicant like to come forward to close? Oh, the applicant's gonna wait. We got one more.
Good evening, David Ellis, 1395 and 1300 Rolling Hill Drive. Only got basically 3 points I want to bring up here. The collector road isn't going to happen. I don't know why it's still on there. If they wanted it to happen, they would have bought the property like one person already said, where it goes basically headed south towards Overland. That is owned by another developer, which he has zero plans on selling that. So I don't see that ever happening. The other thing I haven't seen from this is a traffic study from ACHD. I know when all the apartments got built out back, if I remember correctly, it was like 5.96 trips per day per unit is what they anticipated for traffic. What is there, 140 something units here? So times 5, that's quite a bit of traffic just going out on Rolling Hill. Back to your previous one earlier, where is that traffic going to go? It's going to get backed up to somewhere because it's not going to have anywhere to go. So I think that's a problem. The second problem, you guys just brought it up, with Centennial High School. Well, if that's a school that we go to and to get out on Overland is only right in and right out, how is that going to work going to school? So you got to go clear to Eagle, clear down Eagle to get to school. It just seems a little out of the way. My other problem is the infrastructure on Overland. It is set to start in 2026. I'm not sure how long that project's supposed to take to turn into a 7-lane road. So we're going to add all of this into it, all these extra cars at that point in time when this construction is going on. That's all I have to say.
Council, any questions? Thank you. The applicant's coming up, so if there's anyone else who wants to testify. All right. Yeah, if you're online, raise your hand. I think we're good. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, just a couple of brief comments to provide a little bit of clarity. With regards to that collector road, we didn't design that. We just aligned it to Movado Street on the south. So I wanted to make that one clarification. With regards to the comments about the well, all of our improvements are going to be on the east side of the street, not on the west side of the street where that particular property is. I wanted to make that clarification. Kind of two things that have come up. The one is traffic. ITD and ACHD did not require that we do a traffic impact study, and we met all the requirements for both of them. And I think that's important to note. With regards to traffic, traffic's everywhere. I live in Star. It's the same thing. You know, it took me almost 50 minutes to drive here, and this used to be a 20-minute drive. I think that's just kind of the state of where traffic is at right now. I think ACHD and ITD are doing their best. They have a plan in place to address those issues. But with our current projected growth, I'm not sure that ever really goes away. One thing that kind of struck me is listening to the testimony. And this really comes down to two things. You have some homeowners who don't want anything to change and who don't want to move. And you have some homeowners that do. Does that make them the dark side of development? Does that make them bad? Does that make this wrong? Does that make this development wrong? No, it doesn't. It's just they want to move too. And so we're at a little bit of an imbalance, I think. But notwithstanding that, just because you have these two groups that are kind of fundamentally opposed, we still have a project that meets the comp plan. It meets code. It's in line with all of the development that's been approved by council since 2016. This isn't an anomaly in this area. Maybe if it was the first, but it isn't. Those are all the comments I have, and I'll stand for any more questions if.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you. Councilman Taylor.
just want to know, can you add any more clarity as to why that little enclave in the middle of your property? What's the owner's objection to selling? I know you've probably approached them many, many times. Why are they not?
It's very, very, very expensive
For who?
for a developer to purchase that land.
So what they're asking for is a price that's too high to buy.
Yes,
So they're willing
By
to
a
sell at the right price.
yes. But at some point, if there's not a blank check to do a development. So when you go into a development, I mean, we call it simple math in the office. It's going to cash flow. It can only cost you X. And that's a significant piece of it. You can kind of dissect all of that and ultimately come down to what as a developer, what can you pay for the dirt? And it's capped. It has to be. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to do a project that pencils. Again, though, I would like to restate, I do think at some point this will be a great phase two to our project, though.
Council, additional questions for the applicant?
Thank you, Mr.
All
Mayor.
right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
before we get into any deliberations, maybe just a quick question for staff about our options for decisions on this application this evening. Mr. Mayor, maybe our planning staff can confirm. We can either agree with Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation of denial. We could continue it to a later point in time to allow staff to draft conditions of approval. Or I guess if we felt necessary, we could remand this back to Planning and Zoning Commission. Is that my correct in my understanding? Those are the three options that are presented to us this evening.
Mayor, members of the council, close. So yes, you can, I'm not sure what a remand would do back to Planning and Zoning Commission, but that's certainly, if that's your purview, you can ask them to relook at this and see if they can find some consistency with the comp plan. As far as overturning you can stay with the commission's recommendation and deny the project, certainly. And you can also continue it. But staff already had the appropriate conditions of approval staff report, so there's really no need to continue it to bring back conditions. Again, the only difference is when Planning and Zoning Commission recommends a project, we just strike out the conditions. So in the staff report, so they're in line. So.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Parsons. I appreciate that clarification.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Always happy to get the party started, but I feel like I already said what I needed to say. So I haven't changed my opinion. I just, yeah, can't be in support of this project this evening. I love to support projects. That's just unfortunate. I will just add one other point, which is a concern that I have specifically is, a lot of these, it's kind of hard to explain, but it's like a lot of these county parcels kind of work together, right? They're more rural in nature. Some of the activities on them are more agricultural. I do worry about, I made a little bit of a joke about the Big City Greens cartoon. I worry about by surrounding a county enclave like this, I feel like it almost kind of forces that person to sell in a way. It creates a totally incompatible surrounding use to me. And that's part of my concern. So, yeah, I feel like there's not a good transition here, and the county parcel in the middle of it, I think, is very disjointed and not in the best interest of the city. I also think, our standards on our comprehensive plan guidance, which we do make exceptions to, but we have some guidance that is newer, but we don't like to see more than a one-story height disparity with surrounding uses. And here, in this case, it would be quite a height disparity. That gives me concern. Because this is an annexation, I feel like the bar is higher, and that's kind of just where I'm at.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Yeah, I think I'm in generally the same place, and I've got a lot of history with this area. Some of you know the farmstead before was the farmstead. My dad and I farmed that land, and we farmed it because the Elks Hospital owned it, and they were planning to build a hospital and a rec center. There was a whole bunch of plans. So for 30 something years, there's been a lot planned in that particular area. I'll give council a little bit of background flavor as well, which is, shoot, Mayor can correct me, but at least 10 years ago and multiple times since then, our planning staff have approached the neighbors in that area to say, would you like to do something more collectively? Would you like to come in and kind of do a plan together that could market? And the resounding answer time and time again was no. We want to continue to maintain our rural life in this area. And we hear this a lot at council. People who didn't necessarily move to Meridian, but had Meridian move to them. And so I'm sympathetic both to the families who live there and the families that want to sell to move on. But this, we often try not to let perfect get in the, or be the enemy of the good. And so oftentimes we may approve an application that has a slight issue here or maybe a challenge there. But I think we've got a lot of issues with this particular project without us even getting into the conversation about the transportation impact. So I think that it's a neat concept and likely would work really, really well in Meridian. I don't think it would work well in this particular area at this particular time. So I'm in favor of supporting the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation of denial.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
I feel like I'm going to be echoing all the comments that have already been said. I don't know that I'd ever want to go and approve a parcel leaving a county parcel in the middle, just because of the outstanding chance that it doesn't sell to this developer, it sells to somebody else. That would be a mess that would forever be something that we had approved. At the same time, can't help but think about a 4-story building being next to rural county on, as was said multiple times, on roads, the county roads well, no street lights and no sidewalks, and a lot more traffic being put onto those roads. The transportation out onto Overland Road is already heavy. We can't widen our way out of it. I think when we see this type of density, we're just compiling it onto what's already there. It's already pretty much unsafe most times of the day to come out of Rolling Hills and try to make a left-hand turn. I think it would just be extremely more difficult and challenging with a development like this on the corner. I'd stand in favor of supporting the P&Z decision.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Will Roberts.
Well, to borrow Councilman Overton's quote, I'm also an echo. Just really, really struggling with we work so hard to help get rid of enclaves. It just doesn't make sense to me to support creating one that I'd like to think it was going to be part of, but we just can't predict the future. And we have also worked hard on making really great transitions with not more than one story. So I'm not in support of this project.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Feels like we're getting to that point unless someone else wants to make a comment. Happy to, not happy to, but I will make a motion. Mr. Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing on this item.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Hi.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to deny file number H 2023-0070 and uphold the Planning and Zoning's decision of denial as presented in today's hearing date for the following reasons. We do not believe that this development is in the best interest of the city of Meridian at this time. In addition, the existence of the county enclave in the center of the development creates issues with cohesion and future development and also with transition. In addition to that, we have concerns about the roadway network. And finally, there is an inadequate transition with the surrounding single-family residential properties.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Taylor.
Aye.
Overton. Schrader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
All ayes, the motion carries, and upholding the Planning and Zoning Commission denial is agreed to. With that, council, last public hearing on the agenda. They're from out of state. Go talk to them. Yeah, we're going to take a 2-minute recess and talk to the applicant. All right, council, we will go ahead and come on back from recess. Next item on the agenda, Mr. Nair, do you want to open the public hearing then continue it? Okay. So we'll open the public hearing for the Gateway at 10 Mile H 2024-0010. And I'll turn this over to Councilwoman Strader for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we continue the public hearing on this item to November 19th.
Second.
I have a motion second to continue this public hearing to November 19th. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is continued. Next up is item 7, ordinance number 24-2065. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance annexing a parcel of land located in the west half of the northeast quarter and a portion of the southeast quarter of the northeast quarter and a portion of the northeast quarter of the northeast quarter and all lots 1, 2, and 3 of Baseline Ridge Estates as on file in Book 64 of Plats, page 6,469 in the office of the recorder of Ada County, Idaho. All located in Section 26, Township 3 North, Range 1 West, Boise Meridian, Ada County, Idaho, more particularly described in Exhibit A. Rezoning 123.28 acres of such real property from RUT to R2, R4, and R8 zoning districts, directing city staff to alter all applicable use and area maps, as well as all official zoning maps and all official maps depicting the boundaries and the zoning districts of the city of Meridian in accordance with this ordinance. Providing the copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, repealing conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date.
As you've heard this ordinance read by title, is there anybody that would like to read it in its entirety? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
move that we approve ordinance number 24-2065.
Second.
The motion is second to approve ordinance number 24-2065. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
All ayes, motion carried, and the item is agreed to. Next up is ordinance number 24-2064. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance annexing Lot 3, Block 2 of Jewel subdivision as shown in Book 34 of Plats at page 2056 and 2057 records, Ada County, Idaho, and adjoining a right-of-way. More particularly described in Exhibit A, rezoning 1.01 acres of such real property from R1 to R2 zoning district, directing city staff to alter all applicable use and area maps, as well as the official zoning maps and all official maps depicting the boundaries and the zoning districts of the city of Meridian is in accordance with this ordinance. Providing the copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, repealing conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date.
Thank you, council. You've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like to read it in its entirety? If not, do I have a motion?
Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I move that we approve ordinance number 24-2064.
The motion is second to approve ordinance number 24-2064. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Next up is ordinance number item 9, which is ordinance number 24-2066. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance annexing a parcel of land being the south half of the southeast quarter of the northeast quarter and a portion of the northeast quarter of the southeast quarter. It's fun. Of Section 18 Township. Okay, sorry. Section 18, Township 3 North, Range 1 East, Boise Meridian, Ada County, Idaho. More particularly described in Exhibit A, rezoning 23.25 acres of such real property from RUT to R6 zoning districts and the CG zoning district, directing city staff to alter all applicable use and area maps, as well as the official zoning maps and all official maps depicting the boundaries and the zoning districts of the city of Meridian in accordance with this ordinance. Providing the copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, repealing conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date.
Thank you, council. You've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like it read in its entirety? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
move we approve ordinance number 24-2066.
Second.
I have a motion second to approve ordinance number 24-2066. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Oh, sorry. Aye. I thought I got that.
Little Roberts. Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carry. Item is agreed to. Council, at the end of future meeting topics or a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Motion adjourned. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye.